Good morning, everybody. I just wanted to let you know we're going to start at 5:02 this morning, so you've got another 2 or 3 minutes just to get refreshments, and then if I could encourage you to take your seats, that would be great. Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. We'll be starting in 1 minute, so if I could encourage you to take your seats, please.
Yeah, Lily. Okay, good morning everybody, and welcome to the Surrey Nature Partnership Biodiversity and Planning Conference. I'm delighted to do the opening address today. I'm going to have to put my own slides forward, aren't I? So, it's a welcome from me. I'm the Director of Planning and Placemaking at Surrey County Council, but I know I've got a hat on, but I'm here with other hats on. I'm also the Chair of the Tees Valley Nature Partnership, so I'm going to share a little bit about what we're doing in the Tees Valley context. Which is very different to here, but actually there's lots and lots of similarities. And I'm also the former president of the Royal Town Planning Institute, so for those of us who are mulling over what a planner's going to do about this, I say, what's everybody going to do about this? Planning is just part of a bigger chain of responsibility, and we're all going to have to start working upstream with our private sector partners, and our public sector partners, and our third sector partners, and academia, to make sure that nature is in our hearts. It isn't just something that we're doing over there. So, first thing I'd say, I'm speaking to the converted. Here we are in the Church of Nature. But actually, there is no separation between us and nature. And for a long time, we had a subject-object relationship, didn't we? It was like, nature's over there, we're here, I'm all right, we'll garden it somehow and it'll all come out okay. And then obviously, over the years, the realisation has come that what we do to nature, we do to ourselves, because there's no different. I'm a walking ecosystem. I would not be digesting my breakfast without loads of stuff going on inside me. There is no difference. So that's the sort of opening gambit, I guess. Often we say, well, you know, how are we going to influence the private sector and business to be on our page? Well, actually, as these diagrams show us here, nature's doing it all. None of this, no business, no nothing. Actually, it's actually directly related. You can't go about your day-to-day life and running the economy without clean air and clean water to start with. And then what about pollination? What about food? What about the resources? What about the materials? What about the whole life cycle of stuff? What about fungi? What about everything in that ecosystem? Without that, none of it's happening, but sometimes we are boxed into a corner going, oh, those nature people, they'll sort it out if we give them enough money. What's all that about? Actually, this is the absolute beating heart of everything that we do. We are nature. Here's a vision of something a bit different, isn't it? You know? This isn't rocket science, by the way. This is a development not too far from you. But actually, when you try to negotiate it, it can get really, really difficult, can't it? You get developers saying, what? You want us to do? Flood and water management, play, open space? What, and keep it cool? You know, urban heat island effect? What are you doing loading all this stuff onto us? Actually, one investment in multifunctional green infrastructure, do it once, get 5 things if you get it right. Does it create a habitat? Does it manage your water? Does it keep you cool? Can you get around in it? Can you play in it? There's 5. And then finally, does it look nice? There's a whole bunch of things that multifunctional green infrastructure can be doing. And another thing, if you get it right, it sort of looks after itself. You don't have to mow the life out of it. It's actually that simple, but it looks different, doesn't it? I'll show you some more images later that make people's hair curl if they don't like that kind of thing. But actually, culturally, if you think about this, if that was a grass verge near you, you're bound to get outraged from somewhere going, what's going on? This is the end of the universe. We are not getting the verges mowed, you know? And actually, this is creating a fantastic habitat for nature. And we know this is Public Health England's own research, yeah? This is actually pretty well-formed stuff about the health and well-being relationship we have with nature. And actually there's strong causal links, just general stuff. We all heard the story about people get better when they've got a view of a tree out of a hospital window rather than a brick wall. That's a really gross and simple indicator of something much, much deeper going on, isn't it? How many different shades of green can we see? It is vast. You know, there isn't any one green. There's a reason for that. We're designed to be in green stuff and to be able to work out where we are in green stuff. And we find ourselves in here, in green stuff. And I don't mean that in the kind of green, you know, all the things that go with that. What I'm saying, just the actual physical presence of nature and how it manifests itself. We are hardwired to respond to that. And we gain nourishment, not just from the food and the clean air and the water, but from the very fact that it's there. We are symbiotic. So, a bit of knowledge transfer. This is what we're about in the Tees Valley. So, pretty simple, really. It's your 3, isn't it? Social, economic, environmental. Doesn't matter how you carve it up, broadly speaking, it's there. The last bit being leadership and culture. So, you know, we protect what we have. We enhance what we can. We promote our natural assets, support the mayoral combined authority, different in the Tees Valley. We have a Tees Valley mayor there. Further involvement and partnership, ownership. Improved health and well-being. Got a very strong partnership now with the university. I always think it's important to work with our university academic partners. When's the best time to plant a tree, everybody? 50 years ago. Excellent. Love that one. Second best time to plant a tree? Today. Absolutely. So we need to evaluate our impact, and often we don't. So when you've done something, which probably hasn't cost that much in the grand scheme of things, and it's been cost-effective for a long time, and people are actually not either better or at least not worse off than what they were, how do we measure that? We've got to start measuring it now so we can put that into our business cases. Otherwise, somebody's going to go, well, yeah, that's the green stuff, isn't it? You know? Actually, it's got to be central to our investment decisions. So how do we do this? Here's one I made earlier, Blue Peter Star. So, in the days before the government had talked about things like national model design codes, a council would come along and say, hey Tim, can you do us a design SPD? So this is one about a section, just a chapter on working with nature. And it's got, really obvious things, retain your existing natural assets. This is the Ladybird Guide to Development, by the way. This is not... it should have the whole branding and everything, but you have to literally point at that sometimes to developers and go, yeah, don't put it there, put it there. Think about what's on site. Thinking about building actual habitats into buildings, there isn't really this whole division. It's all artificial between what you might call grey infrastructure and green infrastructure. It's all green infrastructure if you think about it the right way. Just having a discussion with a colleague that there about green roofs, How difficult can it be? You can if you want to. It's ultimately whether you want to. Has your board asked you to? So we've got to work right upstream to make sure that the investment decisions taken by our development partners have nature running all the way through it. And then the accountability goes back to the board, not to my colleagues in planning who have to just regulate at the end of the day. If you take the analogy, I'd much rather work upstream than catch the stuff at the pipe end, which is often what planning ends up doing. So there is hope. Every district and borough is going to have to do a design code. This is the government's vision of what that design code might actually look like. So your local council, when they're doing their design code, should be hardwiring in locally calibrated spaces for nature into new development passively. You don't have to put a number on that. All you have to do is make sure it's designed in, and then they're halfway there. So we're going to talk about the need for biodiversity net gain. Is it 10%? Is it 20%? If you've made it easy to get the 10%, the 20% ain't so hard. But we're going to have to make sure it's there and it's deeply in the culture of what we think buildings are, what buildings do and what buildings look like, let alone the landscape that sits around them, the commons, the bit that's for everybody. And that's the magic of being in county planning, by the way, because actually we're involved in the highway. The highway is actually around everybody's commons. So that space in between buildings, no matter whether you're rich or whether you're poor, that is providing a huge amount of value for everybody. One tree is worth 5 air conditioning units. And you may have noticed that they're starting to spring up, aren't they? They're going to Spain. The south of England now has, but you can tell who's got the aircon. It's the rich people who can run it in summer. One tree is equivalent to 5 aircon units. You can do that for everybody. So, this, we all know, is definitely rocket science. You talk to the development industry, they go, you want us to do what? Now are they actually being daft, or do they not get it? I don't know which one it is, but this is really quite simple, isn't it? You could do bar charts at school, couldn't you? And better work out what biodiversity net gain actually is. Yeah? So this is actually really quite straightforward stuff, and we've just got to make sure that this becomes the culture, like everything, like everybody knows that sort of culture, yeah? So, in the Tees Valley, our local nature recovery strategy, the Nature Partnership, I don't know whether this is your relationship with us, I don't know, at the county, but in the Tees Valley we have the Combined Authority, it's mayoral. The Tees Valley Nature Partnership is the engagement partner for all the conversations that are happening that feed into the local nature recovery strategies. That's how we're playing it. It's a very complex landscape. It's got five Labour or Green councils under one Conservative mayor. It's a complex political landscape, it really is. But the purity of the philosophy is the Nature Partnership is the convener for all of those different partners to get together around a thing that actually isn't political, It's literally in here. It's in all of our hearts. So, just leave you with a nice funky picture. Who knows where this is? So this is in Milan. It's kind of warm in Milan, so those trees are doing quite a lot, aren't they? Including keeping those buildings cool. Now, there are criticisms of this, I've got to say. But actually, not everybody's ready for this, are they? People ask an awful lot of questions, and those questions probably need answering. It's for us to be the advocates of the best solutions that are out there. And this is a shocking image to some people. In fact, as you can see, that one next door that's quite an old building seems to have caught the green thing too. So there we are. It goes viral, and that's not a bad thing. So have a fantastic conference, everybody. I hope I've at least set the scene, bit of knowledge transfer. I'm staying here all day. Any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. I want to get stuck in. And most of all, thank you for having me here, because you know what? I've been around Surrey for about a year and a half now, and I've already got some familiar faces that I can relate to. So thanks for having me. Absolute privilege. And I will hand over to your chair. Thank you.
Fabulous. Thank you very much, Tim, for that, that really inspiring opening address just to get us going for the day. So really appreciate that. For those of you I haven't met before, I'm Sarah Jane Chimbwandira. I'm the chair of Surrey Nature Partnership. I'm going to look after the morning session. We've got 3 speakers this morning, so we'll have those speakers. We'll have a break at some point in between, and then we have an opportunity for a panel session towards the end where we have questions. So store your questions up, get ready to ask those a bit later on, and I'd like to invite our first speaker, please, Adam Brown, who's the LNRS lead, Local Nature Recovery Strategy lead at Surrey County Council, to speak to us first.
There we go. Clicker's not working. Cool. Morning, I'm Adam Brown. I work for Surrey County Council as the Local Nature Recovery Strategy Lead. I'm going to talk to you all about the LNRS, what it means to us, where we are right now, and how we might go about delivering it once we've actually written it. We might be getting ahead of ourselves, we'll see. So yes, local nature recovery strategies came out in the Bumper Act in 2021 of the Environment Act, which included a lot of things. The environment improvement plans, obviously, we've had our first one, set out a big ambition for the country and what we need to be doing. The Office for Environmental Protection, who obviously took over all of the sort of regulatory things that Europe were doing for us before. Biodiversity Net Gain, which we're probably spending all of our time on mostly. And then the biodiversity duty, which is the duty on all local authorities to consider biodiversity in what they're doing and creating biodiversity action plans. And then underpinning all of that, local nature recovery strategies, which is where I come in. So what actually are they? They are a new mandatory England-wide system of spatial strategies which will establish priorities and map proposals for specific actions to drive nature recovery and wider environmental benefits. And how do we do that? This flowchart is burned into my brain, and by the end of this presentation, I'm also going to burn it into yours. So it's sort of a basic, nice flow. So we start out setting out our baseline like we do in all projects by creating a sort of spatial layer of what currently exists. Following that, we need to write a qualitative description of the county, its current threats and pressures, but also the overarching opportunities we have for nature recovery. Following that, we have a long series of engagement, in which we'll write all of our priorities. We'll combine all of those things and map them nicely, and that will be our local nature recovery strategy. I'll go through all of these bits in a bit more detail over the next 20 minutes or so. But yeah, why? Why do we need local nature recovery strategies? We all know nature is in decline. Globally, that stat is often put out at the moment that we are in the bottom 10% of countries across the world in terms of our biodiversity intactness. That comes from an index that was created by the Natural History Museum. And yes, so we currently estimate that we're at 53% of what our potential biodiversity could be. Across the UK, according to the State of Nature report, with species studies have declined on average by 19% since 1970. And I think the biggest framing that we all, I think in this room know, but everyone else needs to consider is that 1970 isn't a great baseline either. We were already pretty depleted by that point. Nearly 1 in 6 species are threatened with extinction. And then from the State of Nature report for Surrey, we largely find that those trends are mirrored in this county too. So yes, there's obviously a big need for us to work on nature recovery in this country. And so in that first Environment Improvement Plan and lots of other national policy, we've created some pretty, well, in some circumstances, pretty ambitious targets if you compare it to what we've been doing over the past few decades. I think there is a lot here that we're still trying to work out how to meet it, let alone if we can meet it. And so, yes, we have biodiversity on land. There's a big target to restore or create 500,000 hectares of habitat outside of protected sites. And I think that last bit is a big qualifier that we need to consider, because I think historically we focused a lot on our SSSIs, our national nature reserves, and actually that target specifically, all the spaces outside of there. So it was really positive to see that. We did also, when that target was being made, there was a lot of lobbying on making sure that that was a net target, not a gross target. There was a lot of pushback in terms of how that might be measured, because they would obviously need to be measuring loss at the same time as they're measuring action, and that's a whole another kettle of fish. But we did get compared to 2022 levels in there in the end, which was a really good win for the Wildlife and Countryside Link. Woodland cover, increased total tree and woodland cover from 14.5 to 16.5%. So they, again, the initial target there was for woodland cover specifically, and they eventually moved that to tree cover more broadly, so it includes tree cover outside of woodland, which was another move which was really useful because it begins to take into things in, like wood pasture and that sort of thing, and begins to value habitats outside of woodland or trees outside of woodland, and also starts to bring in the urban environment as well, so looking at sort of tree cover within that urban environment, within that target. So again, a nice move. Hedgerows, we all know that we've lost a lot of them, and we all know they can be really important for connectivity, so we've got a big target to create or restore 30,000 miles of hedgerows by 2037, which, yeah, is a great one. SSSIs, 75% in good condition. That's 80% inside our protected areas, according to the most recent outcome framework for protected landscapes. But yeah, we've got a long way to go on that. So we'll see. And then, yes, access. Everyone having access to habitats within green spaces within 15 minutes walk of their home, which for most planners will know is pretty much ANC standards as they used to exist. And then overarching all of that is 30 by 30. We need to protect 30% of land and sea by 2030. We're still really defining what that means, because I think, again, Wildlife and Countryside Link think that we're about 3.5–4% at the moment towards that target. So they think they've got a long way to go. Government, I think, are more thinking around 26% when they include AONBs and national parks. So there's a bit of a disparity in terms of how we think we're doing against that target. And then, yeah, national context of species. We want to halt the decline in species abundance by the end of 2030, so bending the curve on biodiversity loss, and increase that abundance to the end of 2042, so it's greater than it is or was when we set that target in 2022. So again, we're still seeing declining species, so that doesn't sound particularly ambitious, but in terms of practically how we actually achieve that, that is a really, I think, ambitious target. And so, the concept that's been flying around for a while about how government think they're going to achieve that is creating the Nature Recovery Network. So this is a nice map that was produced by the Wildlife Trust a few years ago when they were pushing for the concept of a Nature Recovery Network, and it really brings into play not just our core habitats, but everything that exists. So you'll see all sorts of bits in there in wildlife gardens, allotments, and really looking at not just, yeah, those core sites that we always think about, but everything in between and how everything connects together. And so, yeah, nationally, we have a Nature Recovery Network. So how do we achieve that at a local level? With this flowchart, which, yeah, so that's what we're going to achieve over the next year and a half. And Surrey County Council took over or agreed to be the responsible body for delivering the local nature recovery strategy in June last year. And yes, we've just been formulated. I started in December and have been taking on that role and have been starting to push this strategy forward. And as such, we have now sort of reformulated ourselves to be more, I don't know, acceptable to the general public. And so we now have a lovely, nice logo, and we are calling ourselves Surrey Nature Recovery. It's the first time it was only delivered last week, still technically in draft, but I thought I'd release it today anyway. And yeah, so this is what we'll be operating under. So all of our branding moving forward will be Surrey Nature Recovery. And this hopefully is a banner that is not for the County Council, it's for everyone who's involved in Surrey Nature Recovery. And that is a lot of people. In terms of our steering group, all of these organisations across Surrey have a seat on that table. Currently, the little map in the bottom right is to show that we do have one member from the 11 districts who also represents local authorities on that as well. But yeah, we'll have all of the arm's length bodies, Natural England, Environment Agency, and Forestry Commission sitting on that board, as well as the nature partnerships themselves, ESPIC, and of course Surrey Hills. And then we do also have representatives from the NFU and CLA as well. But really, Surrey Nature Recovery is for everyone. It's not just for those guys who are sitting in that room, it is for everyone. And so it's our job over the next year to work out how we actually include everyone. So our governance, we have our steering group. We do have a separate supporting authorities group, which is all 11 districts and boroughs, as well as our Surrey's Minerals and Waste team and Natural England. So those two groups are sort of keeping us on the straight and narrow, making sure that we're delivering the LNRS. And then in terms of how we actually deliver it, obviously there's myself in the County Council, but I'm very much not doing it alone. I've already brought together a big group, several teams. We've got our stakeholder engagement and design group, which is going to be led by Lisa, very similar to the Teesside programme. Surrey Nature Partnership are very much involved in the engagement. Data and mapping technical group, I'll be leading that one. And then a species technical group, which is going to be led by Mike at the Wildlife Trust. And so, yes, between those three groups, we'll hopefully be taking on most of the delivery work over the next year or so. It's back again. Yeah, we're making a start on this, this flowchart, and yeah, I'm just going to go into detail in terms of where we are currently at the moment, and the next steps that we'll be taking to achieve the strategy. So the first map, that baseline map, what we're allowed to put on it is it's called the areas of particular importance for biodiversity, and the regulations are pretty stringent on what we're allowed to map. It's all of the designations from national to local, as well as irreplaceable habitats outside of there. That's irreplaceable habitats that is defined by biodiversity net gain. So that will be our sort of core regulatory map. You'll notice that there is no lowland heath or species-rich grasslands on that irreplaceable habitats, but we will be including them in our decision-making from that baseline. One thing that's really, I think, nice as a big supporter of local wildlife sites, or SNCIs, is I think a result of the local nature recovery strategies will be a much bigger focus on local wildlife sites, and I think that's only a good thing. Not in the least because government are going to need them in order to hit that 30 by 30 target. So I think watch this space in terms of local wildlife sites and the underpinning regulations and legislation. We'll see. Not in the least because they said if there are habitats that don't fall within that current definition, just make them a local wildlife site because it's really easy to do. So that's what we're... We may not do it for this first local nature recovery strategy, but we'll definitely aim to be doing it in our sort of renewal, in our second one. So local nature recovery strategies will work on a cycle. They'll be renewed roughly every 3 to 10 years when the Secretary of State decides that he wants to renew them within that period. So if we don't get something done in this first one, it's not a hit and miss. We'll go into delivery and we'll renew it and mop up anything we've missed in the second one. So this is what it looks like currently. There's still a lot missing from this map. Local wildlife sites aren't on here yet, and neither are ancient and veteran trees, mainly because I'm trying to work out the symbology so that it actually looks nice, because there's a lot of ancient and veteran trees in Surrey, and so the whole thing is mostly just green. So yeah, this will be made available publicly online in the next month or so, and this will inform our discussion moving forward in terms of our priorities. The description of the strategy area. We have a draft, and that data and mapping group will be working on that over the next month. Mike Waite has already written a draft. Obviously, we had a fantastic basis in Surrey from previous State of Surrey's nature reports, I have learnt after talking to all of our neighbours that that was one of the documents that was very much an envy of the other county councils, so Sussex and Kent and what have you. I think we're always looking over the fence at each other, and we're always jealous of certain things, but this was definitely one of the core documents that everyone else wanted. So once we have the map in place and we have the description in place, we'll be undertaking a big series of engagement to determine what our priorities are for nature recovery in Surrey. Obviously, we're not starting from scratch. We've all been doing this a long time, and a lot of work has gone into determining what we should be doing in this county already. So we'll be reviewing existing plans and policies and strategies that exist. So not in the least, the BOAs, again, another thing that the other counties are jealous of is our BOA system, because it was obviously very robust to begin with, but we've actually looked at it since we created it. A lot of the other counties have written them, and then it's sat on a shelf and not really been considered again for the past 15 years or so. So it was really nice when I came in to see that our BOA network was really well supported. So that will be a really strong foundation for our priorities. Obviously, very recently, the Surrey Hills wrote their nature recovery strategy, so we'll be using that. None of that work that was done will go to waste. That will very much be used and assimilated into the local nature recovery strategy. And similarly, we'll be looking at local authorities' green infrastructure strategies and whatever we can get our hands on. So if you do have a strategy or policy that you've written over the past decade or 2 decades, then do let us know, and we'll see how we can draw that out and use that as a foundation for our priorities for nature recovery. Once we've done that and got our sort of starter for 10, we'll be going out to public engagement. That will take a couple of different forms. So we will have an online presence, and there will be a generic online survey that will be made available to the public, so anyone can have their say. And then beyond that, we're going to be hosting a series of 7 thematic stakeholder conversations or dialogues, which again will be run by that stakeholder engagement group, and our facilitating partners Resources for Change. They will be taking place in May and June for those first 7, and they will be split out across thematic areas. So there'll be some for obviously the farming community, but there will be some for the non-farming landowning community as well, because they are, again, compared to the rest of the country, very high. There's a lot more non-farming area in this county than there is in others. Following that, we'll also be attending whatever events we can get our hands on, and meeting members of the public, and going to where people are, because we're very much aware that this is something that's new, something that's starting. It doesn't have a profile, and so putting on events for the local nature recovery strategy is unlikely to attract enough people in this first year especially, so we want to go where people are rather than expecting people to come to us. And once we've done all of that, we'll start drafting, and we'll follow it up with 3 big geographic workshops to tie everything up, which will be in September. And then we'll produce a final draft, and that will all go to full public consultation in early 2025, hopefully. It's a flowchart again, but it's slightly different this time, because there was that third group, the species group. There is a sister process that goes alongside this flowchart, which specifically is looking at species. So most of those other conversations and pieces of work are really based on habitats and what we're doing with land use. There is a sister process that will be led by Mike and the species technical group, specifically looking at species at risk in Surrey, which is very much targeting those national targets for species, so looking at reducing extinction risk and bending the curve on biodiversity loss. And yes, so that will be running alongside this normal process across the summer. Once we have all those priorities, I do need to turn it into a spatial document. So at its core, the LNS is that it is a map. So if I can't map it, it won't be included. It will be noted and used, but it won't form part of the local nature recovery strategy if I can't get it onto a map. So in terms of mapping the measures, I've already sort of seen a similar wheel this morning, but we need to include where we can deliver wider environmental benefits. So really how we can use nature recovery to better deliver ecosystem services for the public. So we'll be looking at all of our plans that we have currently. So natural flood management is probably one of the ones at the front of our mind, especially with how wet it's been over the past 6 months. But where we do nature recovery, how we can interlink and look at the multiple deliveries that we can get out of it. So sort of as Tim was saying earlier, we can get access, where we can produce clean air, where we can reduce flood, where we can improve water quality. And so, yes, when we map it, we'll be considering all of those things in terms of opportunity layers. The top right is the Natural England's Habitat network map, and that sort of gives us a basis for opportunity mapping. But we'll be looking at whatever data layers we have available. So again, if you have any data on opportunities for provision of ecosystem services or habitat that I may not be aware of, or just come forward and let me know, that'll be great. So delivery mechanisms, I think a big part we get asked again, because this isn't new necessarily in terms of what we're doing, is what's different this time. And I think there is a lot different. I think we're in a very different space as a sector. I think there's never been more focus on the environment and nature. And so, yeah, there's a lot of emerging delivery mechanisms that we have. Not in the least, the biodiversity duty that I mentioned earlier that came out of the Environment Act. There will be a very strong tie between the biodiversity duty and the LRS, and we'll be considering that at the County Council and yeah, working out the best way to do that. Obviously, that link in terms of the wider environmental benefits, climate change is a huge one there. So with all of our climate change adaptation plans, there'll be a key consideration in our priorities for nature and how we're mapping those opportunities. But then in terms of finance, yeah, there's money flowing into the sector, and we need to make best use of it, and I think the LRS is a really strong opportunity for that. But a bit more on that. So biodiversity net gain specifically there is a delivery mechanism within biodiversity net gain. So once we have the LRS defined, any nature recovery that delivers the aims of the local nature recovery strategy does get a 15% uplift within their biodiversity unit calculation. So there is a sort of targeting mechanism that we have there that will hopefully be made best use of. And then, yeah, private and blended finance. Over the past 15 years or so, there's been a huge shift towards how we can funnel more cash because the amounts in terms of deficit between all of those aims and targets that we have as a nation and as a community do need funding, and the deficit, I think, is 56 billion over 10 years in this country, and it's 4.7 trillion globally. So there is a huge deficit of cash and funding available for us to achieve our aims and targets, as lofty as they are. And so, yes, Surrey's in a really awesome place. So again, I was really excited to come and work in this county, not least because I've lived in the county for 10 years, but because Surrey was very much on the front foot in terms of adopting the concepts of natural capital and the way that they were thinking about wildlife. And so, yeah, we'll be making use of all that great work that's been going on over the past 15 years to make sure that the actions that we map are deliverable and favourable towards investment as well. So, yeah, it's a really exciting time. And on that, reasons to be cheerful. It is an exciting process, even if the flowchart isn't very exciting. So, yeah, although we've had spatial plans before, they've never quite had this level of statutory underpinning. And so there is a lot of legal duties that underpin the LRS and its delivery. So that's a really exciting space to be in. Again, there's just never been that focus on it, especially in the commercial area. In my previous job, I was working with a lot of large corporates in terms of their biodiversity plans. Not in the least how they start to look at things for the task force for nature-related financial disclosures and the science-based targets for nature, which are both processes that are underpinning the reporting and work that corporates need to do in order to mitigate the impacts they're having, but also go beyond that and look at how they actually make a positive benefit to nature as well within the way that they're operating. So there's a whole area of work that didn't exist before, and which is it's really exciting, I think. There can be a lot of skepticism about it, and it's right to be skeptical about it. But there is also a lot of opportunity, and we shouldn't miss that. And yeah, that underpins that appetite for investment in nature. Don't think it's ever been higher. And yeah, this is just the beginning. We're writing our first nature recovery strategy, and this is the beginning of a process. We may not get it right the first time, but we're going to try our hardest to in this first year, and if we don't, there's always the second one, the third one. But the big part is, it's not just the county council, it is everyone. and I look forward to working with all of you over the next year. There's just a reminder of all the ways you can get involved over the next year, and do just drop me an email. I'm always around for a chat. Thank you.
Fabulous. Thanks very much, Adam. I think what we'll do is we'll move on to our next speaker now, because there is an opportunity at the end of this morning's session to have all of our speakers on a panel. So to save too much toing and froing, if I could invite our next speaker, Rob Boughton, who's Chief Executive Officer from Thacum. After Rob's spoken, we'll take a short refreshment break, come back for our final speaker for the morning, and then we'll have the Q&A after that.
Good morning. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to talk today. Clearly, coming at it perhaps from a slightly different angle. But I'm going to take you through where we are as a developer and where we are in terms of trying to steer our industry in a slightly different direction. So, from our point of view, Thacum, we're a house builder. We're a community creator. We are on the verge of breaking into, and should this year become one of the top 20 largest house builders in the country. We have a huge amount of strategic land that we promote, indeed something like 60,000 plots worth across the southeast. But perhaps we're a little bit different to some of our industry, and I think it was quite interesting to hear the comments to start with from Tim with regards to developers. Perhaps some of us out there are taking a slightly different stance to the industry norm. And I do absolutely accept, and I think publicly myself, criticise our industry quite a lot for their behavioural patterns at times. But we have an industry-leading focus on net zero. And at the forefront of our placemaking, we look at the infrastructure and we look at our planet. So today, we're going to have a quick look at our approach to landscape-led placemaking, to the examples of how Thacum's delivered biodiversity improvements, the challenges that we face from our perspective as a developer, and how perhaps other stakeholders could help us as developers achieve where we need to go. So we've got 30 minutes. I'm going to run through these quite quickly, and we can take some questions, as we said, later at the end. So back in 2020, we published our 2020 strategy, sustainability strategy, and we committed to a number of goals there, particularly about reducing carbon emissions and the way we behave. One of the things we've committed to as a developer is that every home we deliver, we're net zero by 2025. We're way ahead of the rest of our industry. But actually, when it comes to nature recovery, where are we? We committed back in 2020 that our schemes would deliver a net gain of 10%. That's over 3 years before we were mandated to do so. We've been designing wilder places, empowering communities and encouraging nature stewardship now for the last 3-4 years. But why did we do that? Why did we set that commitment 4 years ago before it became mandatory? Well, we were part of a scheme, a project called the NHS England Healthy New Towns programme back in 2017-2018. And you talked earlier about the value that nature has on us as humans. And actually, you know, we face an incredible challenge in this country of trying to balance our human existence with nature. Last year in the UK, positive legal migration, not boats across the channel, positive legal migration was 745,000 people. That's a 1.1% increase on our population in 12 months. If you take the ONA's statistics, that 2.38 people is the average family, you need 313,000 houses just to house our positive migration last year. Forget the fact that 1 in 2 marriages in this country now ends in divorce, and most of the time don't need 2 one-bedroom flats. Forget the fact that we're living 14 years longer than we did 40 years ago as a population. That's the pressure that exists out there on trying to balance the housing delivery in this country, and particularly in areas where people really want to be and the existing population is. If we don't find a way for nature to exist with what we're delivering as housing, we have a huge problem, clearly. So from our point of view, we want to lead, and we want landscape-led placemaking. We want to map those natural assets to start with, and then our schemes designed beyond that in a harmonious fashion. There's no reason that can't happen, and from our point of view, it absolutely needs to be front and central to what we do as a business and what our industry does as we look to deliver what is a housing crisis. So I'm going to go through 2 examples. Pick some examples in Surrey. This is the Martingales. It was a small development. It was 25 homes. It was in Bookham. We achieved a 41.38% biodiversity net gain. We delivered 121 metres of hedgerows, new hedgerows, a large amount of wildflower grassland, and some marsh grassland as well. That was on a 25-unit scheme, so it's possible to do it on small schemes as well. But it is about a landscape-led approach to how we deliver our developments, mapping the natural assets and looking to absolutely deliver blue and green infrastructure as part of what we're doing with our delivery. Manor Wood, just down the road in West Horsley, achieved 10.23% B&G, 610 linear metres of new hedgerows, a large amount of wildflower grassland, and it included us improving a 16-acre wood next to our development as well. We took our Eddie and Ellie programme there and delivered that, and I'll come back to Eddie and Ellie later. We delivered hedgehog highways. Indeed, every home we've delivered since 2014 has delivered hedgehog highways. We delivered 25 bird bricks, 25 bat bricks, and a further 50 bird boxes and 25 bat boxes across the development. So, you know, we can do it. And when I look at the statistics, they speak for themselves. You know, our highest B&G score delivered to date is 41.38%. We now have one going through planning at the moment that will see us exceed 50% on a scheme. And for all of those sit out there say developers are just trying to achieve 10%, the mandatory, perhaps there are some of us that are trying to do something better. Our average biodiversity net gain so far is 15.47%. We've delivered £2.3 million worth of biodiversity units since we started this exercise in 2020. And over 50% of our planning applications currently in across the group exceed a 20% B&G margin. So, I was asked what the biggest challenges to us at B&G are. And actually what came to mind first was we need to remember how we connect people and nature. The biggest thing we can do is to educate people out there. And we have a wonderful opportunity. When people move into a new home, it's a new start. It's a change. And actually, you know, we need to use that exercise to reconnect people with nature, not just to tick a B&G box. Because if people understand it and they embrace it, they're more likely to get involved in delivering that help. This is a maze. This is our wildflower maze at our Woodgate development on the Surrey-Sussex border. There are 50 species in that. The original design was going to be a small patch of wildflowers, but we wanted to do something better for the residents. So last year we opened this wildflower maze with the help from BugLife and as part of their Beelines project. We used etching posts and activity sheets to engage with the children that live locally to teach them about different species. We've got a cafe on site on that development. They can go and pick those sheets up at that cafe, wander around that wildflower maze and start to really interact with nature properly. Eddie and Ellie. Our Eddie and Ellie programme. It's a programme that we put together in partnership with county councils, with wildlife trusts, with other nature partners. And we deliver it in every school where we're building. It's a 2-year programme as a minimum, Key Stage 2. It's an investment on behalf of Thacon, where we go into that school, working with professionals, we pay for those people to go in and help that school. We take them through a full curriculum designed around a book that we had written that embraces nature. We connect them with nature on our construction sites, and we pay for all those children to visit Wildlife Trust facilities. The programme's over 2 years old now, and we've seen over 400 pupils go through that programme so far. And our goal is that for the duration that we're building anywhere, all the pupils at the local primary school will go through it. And then, when we leave that area, we leave them with the infrastructure in place for the teachers to carry on that work in that school as we go forwards. The second challenge is that gardens, hedgehog highways and swift bricks just don't count. There's a lot of potential to welcome wildlife into new developments. And in some cases, cavity nesting birds like swifts, new homes are their only hope. What's unfortunate is PPG's Building Regs Biodiversity Net Gain Calculator doesn't see them as valuable, and therefore developers aren't pushed to install them. I think that the challenge of B&G is that we get so focused on the numbers that we forget all the other ways that developments can support nature. So we've been championing going beyond B&G. In our industry, through the Future Homes Hub, we were founder members of the Future Homes Task Force back in 2020. That's now morphed into the Future Homes Hub. And, you know, it's contributed, I think, we contributed significantly to its growth and its development. As a result, I see the CEOs of large house builders changing behaviour. I sat in the leadership council of that body in a meeting in December and watched the chief executive of Barratt's and Bellway argue over who was going to deliver more swift bricks. I never thought I'd see that 3-4 years ago. It's an amazing step forward. I had the group technical director of Bellway come up to me at a conference recently, proud as punch that he was going to beat us by 2 months to zero bills homes in partnership with Oxford Energy. These are behaviours I didn't see from the biggest house builders in our industry 3-4 years ago. Only last month, we met with the Housing Minister, Lee Rowley, with Lord Zach Goldsmith, and with the campaigner, Hannah Bourne-Taylor, to push swift bricks to be mandatory. We've heard a strong public response to the campaign. We've listened to what people think should be done, and we've set an industry-leading commitment to 1 swift brick per home in our planning applications from now on. So moving on from the 2 challenges, I think there are 3 ways to ensure that new developments implement B&G in a meaningful way. We need to see other stakeholders getting involved. We need to see our local authorities at LPA level creating that B&G bank. It stops us overpaying privately, and it makes sure that we're supporting those all-important local projects. It's particularly important to small and medium-sized builders that are struggling to embrace this and to move it forwards. They need help and support. They don't have the scale and the setup that we have to deal with these things. Sometimes there will be a project in the same character area and part of a really important, perhaps cool rewilding scheme or similar, but it's not in the same LPA. If it's in the right place, then surely it's the right thing to do. We've laid out sites to protect bat flight paths and been asked to rearrange and disrupt this to achieve a higher B&G score. That's just mad. We're doing lots of other bits for nature, but let's not just get stuck in that B&G tunnel vision at times. So hopefully that kind of gives you an insight into where we're coming from. We're trying to turn the dial. We're trying to change the industry a bit. We're trying to move things forward. There's a QR code there. If you want to scan it, you can see our pocketbook. It's a collection of Thacon examples mixed in with other case studies, ranging from the Eden project in Cornwall to Dark Sky in Cumbria. And this shows examples of what we're doing, what's already been done. We're not interested in false promises We want to make change that really counts. We want to show our industry what's popular, what's possible. We want to show our industry where they should be going, and we want them to embrace change too. But I guess we need everybody in this room to work with us. We can't succeed with a them and us attitude. If we can't work together in partnership, we won't see the partnership of humans and other species working well together. So it's our duty to work together for this planet, for all of us, to move things forwards. I hope our industry is following. We're certainly trying to turn the dial at Thacum, and we'd be very keen to work with all of you to help assist that. Thank you.
Fabulous. Thank you very much, Rob. So what I'm going to suggest, I'm probably causing Zoe conniption fits because I'm messing with the agenda, but what I'd like to do is suggest that we now have our third speaker, Sophie, if Sophie's happy to do that. Thank you very much. And then we'll take the refreshment break and then we'll have the panel discussion. I want to make sure that we've got plenty of time for the panel discussion and that we aren't squeezing it in. So thank you, Sophie, for being accommodating and coming now. So I'd like to introduce Sophie Moy from Environment Bank, and then we'll have the break after that.
Hi everyone, and firstly thanks so much for having me and inviting me to speak today. I do apologise for my late entry. The M25 was a bit of a nightmare this morning, but we're here, that's the important thing. So yeah, firstly thanks for inviting me to speak today. It really is my pleasure to come and speak about the work that we've been doing at Environment Bank for the last few years really. My name's Sophie Moy and I'm an associate ecologist at Environment Bank, and I've been with the company for coming up to 3 years, working on the delivery of off-site biodiversity net gain units. So what I'm looking to cover in today's speech is really a quick introduction to Environment Bank, for those who haven't heard about us and what we've been doing, who we are, what we've been working on over the last few years, and I'm going to cover where Environment Bank sit in the delivery of biodiversity net gain, what a habitat bank is and how we design these and establish these, and this will include an overview of our model and our processes. And then I'm going to give you an update on where we are in progress with habitat banks in Surrey, across the South East, and our national provision of habitat banks as well. So firstly, Environment Bank, who are we and what have we been working on? So Environment Bank is spearheaded by David Hill and James Cross. And 20 years ago, David presented to IEM on how current ecological mitigation was failing and that we needed to introduce a new system. Since then, Environment Bank has played a key role in the evolution of the biodiversity net gain policies and legislation and lobbying for the new legislation, including the Environment Act of 2021. However, previous to this, since 2006, we have been delivering off-site bespoke habitat creation projects for the purposes of meeting ecological mitigation and biodiversity net gain requirements. But through this work, we've identified many challenges, including contractual negotiations between developers and landowners, funding negotiations, that sometimes the mitigation can be quite piecemeal and small scale in nature, and challenges around sharing the risk and liability with the creation. So in 2020, we launched a new plan, which is in the form of our habitat banking model. And this is what I'm going to be focusing on today's talk. This new plan ensures that the environment is economically visible and viable through the delivery of our habitat banks. We've secured funding to create a unique national network of habitat banks across England, and we are aiming for one habitat bank in every single local planning authority, and this will be more than 200 habitat banks. and we'll be selling a new product in the form of biodiversity net gain credits. Our overall mission as a company is to create a national network of habitat banks that deliver the very best outcomes for nature at the landscape scale. So I'll go through this really quickly, as I'm sure you're all very familiar with biodiversity net gain, but just in case there's anybody in the room that's not completely up to date with it all. But it's an obligation put on developers to demonstrate their development will achieve a minimum of 10% uplift in biodiversity from before a development to after the completion of the works. This uplift can be achieved on-site or off-site through bespoke projects, potentially the purchase of biodiversity net gain credits from a habitat bank, or as a very last resort through the purchase of statutory biodiversity credits from Natural England. This policy has been mandatory for major developments since the 12th of February, and it will apply to minor projects from the 2nd of April 24. So how will biodiversity net gain work? Again, I'll go through this quite quickly, as many of you are very familiar with the process, but I just want to highlight exactly where Environment Bank support on the BNG process. So the first step in the process will be for a proposed development site to be assessed through the statutory metric. And this measures the existing biodiversity on a particular site. It takes into account the condition of existing habitats, the habitat distinctiveness and strategic significance of the site. From this, the developer will know exactly how many units they may need to replace if the habitat was lost, or what they may need to do in order to achieve their biodiversity net gain requirements through the creation or enhancement of habitats. It's really key for developers to work closely with ecologists at the early stages from site design to ensure that the mitigation hierarchy can be effectively applied. First and foremost, can the development site actually be designed in a way to avoid biodiversity loss? That's the first and foremost thing we should be looking at. Or the loss of any key existing habitats that are in the local area or adjacent to the site. And then assess options for looking at enhancing and creating the habitat on site, and to try and ensure that we avoid habitat loss in the first place, but we can minimise those impacts where it is unavoidable, but try to minimise those risks. Once those calculations are complete, the developer will then know where they are with regards to their biodiversity net gain requirements on site. If they haven't been able to reach that, they'll then know how many units they require in order to achieve the biodiversity net gain requirements, which will be a minimum of 10% uplift. However, local authorities can request higher than the 10% minimum, and within Surrey there's the recommendation for a minimum of 20%. If the developer is unable to meet this required uplift, this is when we kind of can step in, Environment Bank can step in. And we have the provision of biodiversity units through our habitat banks can be utilised to hit this and meet these BNG requirements. Once the methods for how biodiversity requirements are being reached by the developer, at this stage the developer then must produce a biodiversity net gain plan. And this document sets out the proposals which are being implemented in order to hit the biodiversity net gain objectives. As I said, as a very last resort, if there's no options available in the off-site market at all, this is the point where a developer can purchase from Natural England the statutory biodiversity credits. So what is the Habitat Bank? What have we been working on? So Habitat Bank is an area of land which is used for a habitat creation project, and this will be either to create new habitats or enhance existing nature. Generally, we secure these areas on land for 33-year leases, and this is in order to raise the biodiversity units on site and sell as an off-site compensation. Our habitat banks offer a streamlined and simple solution that's risk-free for our developers. They are landscape-scale habitat creation projects that's fully forward-funded and secured for its lifetime. They are defined and predictable costs for the developer that can be paid, and then the developer can walk away. and there are defined competitive fees for our landowners with secured income over the 30 years. And this is risk-free for our landowners, as Environment Bank take on all of the risk associated with the habitat creation and enhancement. The Habitat Bank project will generate an uplift in biodiversity value, again measured by the statutory biodiversity metric, in exactly the same way as you would measure for a development site. This uplift can then be translated into biodiversity units and then sold to developers to meet their BNG planning requirements. As stated previously, Environment Bank, we are working to ensure local delivery of units, and this is why we are targeting to deliver a habitat bank in every single local planning authority over the next few years, and this is to meet the demands of the spatial hierarchy. Unlike a bespoke offset BNG site, a habitat bank is not linked to a single developer or development. So multiple biodiversity unit sales can be made from one habitat bank. The habitat banks are also created in advance of the development, delivering a win-win for nature. This also ensures that the biodiversity units are available for sale when a developer requires them. So what do our habitat banks look like? So all of our habitat banks designs are bespoke and led by the ecological vision. Furthermore, the habitat bank design is developed in collaboration with our landowners, and so this takes into account many different factors, of which I'm going to go into further on my next slide. But this can include the site's environmental conditions, the site location's context in regards to the wider landscape, local biodiversity targets and priorities, landowner aspirations, management competencies, and practicalities for the site. With this in mind, there can be a range of habitat types included through the creation of new habitats or the enhancement of existing habitats on site. However, typical habitats that you would see within our habitat banks include species-rich meadows, mixed native scrub, broadleaf woodland, and ponds. So how do we go about designing our habitat banks? The design process is complex, and it must take into account many different factors, and the design evolves many times as we work through a habitat bank agreement with our landowners until we reach the finalised version and design for the site. Before we would even progress a site to this stage, we conduct a thorough desk-based study to determine whether this site is suitable for a habitat bank. And often at this really early stage, we can lose approximately 50% of our sites through this process. And that's because we really want to ensure that all of our habitat banks are placed in the best locations for nature recovery. Ahead of local nature recovery strategies being available, we review all strategic maps that are currently available, including biodiversity opportunity areas. We also look into opportunities for connecting existing habitats, including priority habitats or existing designated sites. And this again is to ensure that our habitat banks complement, enhance and connect the habitats within the surrounding landscape and are meeting those local biodiversity targets. All our habitat banks are designed and led by the ecological vision for the site and are underpinned by the statutory biodiversity metric, which again kind of goes back to the last talk. You know, it's not playing with the numbers, it's got to be led by the ecological vision, and the metric is used to support that. It's what we can use to show the change, but it must be led by the ecology. Our site design evolves as we gather this additional data for the site. And this can include soil analysis, hydrology data, information from any additional surveys we've conducted, be that protected species surveys, invasive species surveys, the whole range, and as I say, it's all bespoke for every single one of our habitat banks, depending on the location and where we are. And as well as that, we will be looking at historic mapping. Are there habitats we can look to restore or recreate on site? Our habitat banks are designed in collaboration with our landowners, and this is really important to ensure that the habitat bank will work seamlessly alongside any other business or farming activities across the landowner's holding, as well as ensuring that we can design in any factors that are existing or future land use implications for the habitat bank. They're designed alongside our habitat management plans, and it's extremely important when designing what habitats we are targeting on site that we understand what management options are available for the site. In particular, this is really important when you're talking about exactly what target condition you're going to be going for within your habitat bank. We also review at a really early stage with regards to what permissions, consenting, licensing may be required in order for the habitat creation and enhancement to proceed. So I want to go into a bit around our processes and how we actually set up a habitat bank. So firstly, a landholding will register with us, and at this stage we conduct that thorough desk-based study and triage process. Again, this is to ensure that we're progressing habitat banks within the best locations for nature recovery, as well as conducting some due diligence. And as I say, this stage we do lose quite a lot of sites at this stage. However, if the site is deemed to be suitable following a desk-based study, then members from our land and our ecology team will conduct an initial site meeting with our landowners. Depending on the site, we may combine this with a very high-level initial habitat assessment, or we may conduct this at another time if it's just not appropriate for that particular site meeting. Once we do have that initial habitat survey data, the ecologist will then calculate an initial uplift in biodiversity credit yield and conduct some initial calculations to see what the potential for that particular habitat bank looks like, and then we can create a financial offer to our landowners. If the offer is accepted by the landowner, we then start work towards a 30+ year lease and a habitat management agreement whilst developing the habitat management plan with the landowner and any other key stakeholders. At this stage, the site design will continue to evolve and become more detailed as we gather that additional data for the site and conduct any additional surveys. Once this is all agreed, so the habitat management plan, the HMA, everything is agreed, the habitat management plan is then implemented and the habitat bank is classed as live. And this is when we can now commence our habitat creation or enhancement works as outlined within the habitat management plan. All costs associated with the habitat creation and enhancement is covered by Environment Bank. Environment Bank also conduct all monitoring, and we review the habitat management plans alongside our landowners every year. And this is just so that we can make any adjustments as required. At this point, we will then enter into a whole site Section 106 agreement with the local planning authority or a conservation covenant with a responsible body, and this will enable registration onto the National Register. And once the site is registered, we can then sell our biodiversity net gain credits to developers. So what's the offer to the landowner? So our model consists of us agreeing to a 33-year lease with our landowners. This ensures that our landowners retain the ownership of their land, and where the landowner wants it, and if it's suitable, we will contract back the management of the habitat bank to the landowner as the land manager for the habitat bank. Our habitat banks are fully forward funded, which means there's guaranteed payments for our landowners for the lifetime of the entire project. Our habitat banks are designed in collaboration with our landowners, and all costs associated with habitat creation and enhancement are covered by Environment Bank, as well as all of the monitoring and reporting that's required to go back to the local planning authority. The landowner is removed from all liability, and our agreements with our landowners are focused on the completion of management actions rather than the habitat outcomes. That risk sits with Environment Bank. Our landowners have the support throughout the lifetime of the project from our Environment Bank ecologists. Just to add, I do actually have a member of our land team here today, so if you have any further questions around sort of our financial model or agreements, please do come and find us on one of the breaks. We'd be more than happy to go into further detail. So we've gone through what a habitat bank is, how we design them, what our landowner agreements look like, and now I'm just going to quickly go through biodiversity unit sales and how these work. So our habitat banks are governed by a Section 106 agreement or a conservation covenant. We guarantee compliance with the Environment Act 21 and the National Planning Policy Framework. Our habitat banks are legally compliant and auditable and transparent. We provide planning support to all parties throughout the planning process to ensure the delivery of robust, reliable ecological outcomes that will satisfy stringent planning requirements. We contract directly with developers, and this ensures streamlined procurements. We have a variety of purchase options available, taking into account the range of statuses with regards to a planning application and the specific project needs. So this can be reservation of units and support, or a developer taking an option agreement with us. On the sale of a biodiversity unit, Environment Bank provides a suite of information that underpins the validity of those biodiversity units, and to ensure that the B&G delivery by demonstrating both the legal mechanisms and the funding mechanisms are in place. And at this point, a biodiversity certificate is then issued to a developer on the sale of the biodiversity unit. All of the monitoring reporting, as said, is funded by and undertaken by Environment Bank and issued to the LPA to demonstrate the performance of our established habitats and also to apply the comprehensive register of our unit sales and a list of any available units left for that particular habitat bank. So why Environment Bank? Well, firstly, Environment Bank was created primarily to safeguard and improve nature. So you can ensure that our priority is always nature first. Secondly, our team of ecologists are exceptional and have great experience in creating and delivering these habitat banks. We offer a secure, long-term collaborative agreement in which we bear the risk if, for whatever reason, the site did not produce the expected uplift or the units just weren't sold. Each of our habitat banks has a bespoke monitoring strategy, of which we again undertake all monitoring and reporting as required. We're also fully forward funded, so if Environment Bank were to cease trading, any payments would still be made to the landowners. So that's a swift overview of habitat banks, and like I say, I'm really happy to answer any further questions because that's quite a whistle-stop tour through sort of all stages. But I just really wanted to show where we are in regards to Surrey, South East and our national provision. So as I'm stood here today, we do not have a live habitat bank within Surrey just yet. But as you can see from the map, we are working with quite a few landowners on a few potential sites which are at different stages of the process at the moment. It's really important for us to bring forward the right habitats in the right place. And these designs, surveys, agreements with our landowners, they take a lot of time. But we are on the case, and hopefully it won't be too long until we're up and running with a live habitat bank in Surrey. And this is the picture where we are currently with our habitat banks in the South East. So we currently have 4 live habitat banks within the South East region. We've got another 6 currently within the legal process, which will be live soon. We then have a further 27 sites that are various stages in the processes that we are actively working on with our landowners. And to provide an even wider picture of our current and upcoming biodiversity unit coverage, this slide shows our current live habitat banks across England, as well as our upcoming sites. Details of all of these sites are available on our website, as well as quite a few case studies of existing sites that are already up and running. So please do take a look. So the picture's really positive in terms of delivery of live habitat banks and the current availability of off-site biodiversity net gain units. So as well as we've got a really strong future pipeline of future sites. So thank you very much for listening, and as I'm very happy to answer any questions now, or please do 5-minute breaks if you want to discuss anything in further detail. I've put my email address on there as well, so if you do want to get in touch, please do. Thank you very much.
Fabulous. Thank you very much, Sophie. So what we're going to do now is take the refreshment break. I hope there's refresh tea and coffee and so on at the back, or that will shortly be coming in. So please do take half an hour for the refreshment break, and we'll come back. We'll come back at, say, 11:45, and then we'll have a good amount of time for the panel discussion, and all the 3 speakers from this morning will be on the panel. So please get your questions ready for them. Don't ask them all during the break. Save some up for the panel discussion a bit later. So break now until 11:45, thank you, and then we'll come back and have the discussion.
If it was connected to anything, but I usually just use So they are. Because then what I'll do is that. But also, I don't think he used it. Oh, did you? Because he had it. It had it. I'm wondering if he's.
Ladies and gentlemen, could I ask you to make your way back to your seats, please, and we'll get going with our panel discussion. Thank you, everyone. So I hope you all had a chance to get tea and coffee and so on. We haven't got very long until the lunch break, so we're keeping you very well fed and watered. So we've got about half an hour or so now, depending on how many questions. The speakers have kindly joined me again, and they're ready and waiting for all your questions. We have got a roving mic, so very kindly our colleague Vicky from the Wildlife Trust is going to rush around and bring the mic to you if you have a question. Zoe, are you monitoring any questions from online? Thank you very much. So if you do have a question online, please do put those through, and magically they will get to me so that I can make sure that we ask them. So I'd like to open the questions now. Has anybody got questions that they would like to kick off with, please? Lisa. Oh, and also, could you please just say who you are as well, so we know who's asking the question?
Okay, I'm Lisa Craig-Griffin. I'm the director for Surrey Nature Partnership. And it was a question for you, Robert. It was the impact of all the work you do for nature. Does it mean that your properties actually sell faster? It was a logical argument then to use to other builders. That's what I was thinking.
Yes. So you're absolutely right. So I think there's a really interesting piece here that the industry, I think, is just starting to cotton onto. So I think there's two things. Firstly, there is kind of like a measurable desire from the customer. You know, so is the customer driving change? Is the customer demanding certain things? And I think as soon as we get the customer to do that, then absolutely it drives our industry, because our industry is driven by two things as a whole, you know, legislation and money. And I don't think that's unfair to level that at the bulk of our industry. My argument is that I think what we can set out is that you can do it differently and it can be successful for everybody. So I think as an example I use is, for years we've, as an industry, had to provide sustainable drainage areas on our sites. And traditionally what you find is a non-permanently wet area at the back of the site that looks quite unsightly, and you know, it sort of fills up water in exceptional rainfall for all events, dissipates down to nothing, and most of the time it looks particularly ghastly. And actually what we've done is looked at the value of blue, as in, we talked earlier about the health and well-being angle of that, you know, and it's very proven. You step out your front door, you see tree, you see green space, you see blue space, the value of that. So why not make it permanently wet? Why not bring it to the front of the site? Why not integrate it into the design of those schemes? So we're taking that space that's used for that, we're bringing it to the front of the site now, so it has a real aesthetic value. We are working to deliver that as something that's got a health and wellbeing ticket, but key critically, work with the right partners, it becomes Blue BNG, and it becomes something that has a real value from an ecology point of view too. So we can it was the point I think Tim was making earlier about using something that delivers more than one purpose, and we can do that. And I think, you know, when you do that, it has an economic impact, and it drives the sales faster from something that we'd have been doing anyway, if that makes sense.
Fabulous, thank you. So any more questions? Please just stick your hands up and I'll try and make sure that I spot you. Or Vicky's much better at spotting. Well done, thank you, Vicky.
Hi there, Benjamin Brett, Surrey County Council. So the impression I get sort of from the industry, from other talks I've been to and things, is that there's a bit of a scarcity at the moment of suitable sites for offsite BNG provision. Is that something, I suppose, especially for Sophie and Rob, is that something you kind of have noticed? And if that is the case, when do you kind of see that pressure easing?
Yeah, so, I mean, it's interesting. We've been working to try and get ahead of biodiversity net gain since 2020. So we've been working with our landowners, and the reason we really tried to do that is to ensure that we had that provision of off-site units, because you can see what's going to happen the minute the legislation came in, that suddenly you've got a backlog of planning applications for those sites that haven't been able to meet those requirements on site. So this is exactly why we set ourselves up in 2020 to start getting this provision. So my last slide showed a map of kind of our national provision. So we do have a really good, provision across the nation of off-site units. Now, we're not in the space where we want to be yet. We want to have a habitat bank in every single local planning authority so that, we can provide that local unit delivery, because it's so important that the off-site delivery is in as close proximity as possible to where the losses are. So we're not where we want to be, but we do have that provision. We do have national provision at the moment, but there's still a long way to go from an Environment Bank perspective. Thank you. Any other?
I agree. I think we're going to suffer a backlog because the provision doesn't exist. I think yet. I think there's a scrabble now to realise the opportunity that exists. I think the thing that I'd like to see in that space is particularly that our LPA partners. There seems to be a resistance immediately to the fact that the provision is not on site. And actually, we need to strategically think about what we're trying to achieve here, because there's some really wonderful projects sort of on a regional scale. So we've just contributed over £1 million to the Wheel to Waves project, and we've enabled something that's not on one of our sites, but it's part of that project that's going to enable and help that. And and it's those sort of things that the LPAs need to take into account, rather than just referencing the site itself, or very local to it, if that makes sense too.
No, absolutely. Adam, did you want to add anything from the LNRS perspective? Because that sort of starts to talk about the delivery aspect of that.
Yeah, well, it's a lot to be tested, and I think obviously DEFRA themselves only just really finalised the guidance on how LNRS interacts with BNG on the 12th of February when it was actually released. So I think we're all still getting to grips with that. But yeah, I'm not sure really in terms of how it helped with that provision.
Fabulous, thank you. Right, we've got some more. So we've got 3 on that side. So we'll go 1, 2, 3 over there, and then I'll come back over to this side.
I just wanted to ask, well, a couple of questions really. The first is to Surrey County Council. You'll be aware that there is a newly identified chalk spring line going through the dip slope of the North Downs. What I want to know, having had the training from Natural England, how does those watercourses get marked up on the maps that you use, so they're not classed as ditches, because the guidance says if they qualify as chalk springs and streams, or the headwaters, they should be marked up as priority habitat. And also below the spring line you've got, I can't say it, calciferous fens. So in other words, that's one of the lowland fens, which was one of your priority habitats. You can't destroy those. How are those marked up? So then the next question is, if a developer comes forward with sites that involve those areas, how does the discussion go to make sure that there is a biodiversity gain and not a destruction of priority habitat? Thank you.
Yeah, it's a great question. I think it sort of alludes to a much greater discussion about the need for really good baseline data. And one of the issues we have in terms of what habitats that currently exist is that there is a plethora of different data sets that at a sort of macro scale have habitats laid out. So we have Natural England's priority habitat inventory, which can take time to update. But then we're seeing more private data sets coming out as well. So Land App have produced the UK Best Guess for Surrey, so we have that as a sort of habitat framework. We also have the classic UK CEH's land cover map. Natural England themselves also produced a map called the Living England map. And so one of our first tasks in terms of how we are going to make best use of those is really do an assessment of all of those different habitat layers that exist, our confidence in them, and where we can integrate local knowledge, where we can sort of see deficiencies in those. So that first baseline map will be made publicly available, and if there are things that we think are missing, that we think are of particular importance to Surrey, then that's the sort of thing that we'd be encourage people to come forward with, and then we can begin to map that more specifically. But waterways really is one of those things, again, that isn't particularly well captured in those regulations. So main river lines and habitats of particular importance in terms of the waterways will be in our supplementary map that we'll be engaging on, and the Environment Agency are extremely engaged in the process. Paul Davey at the Environment Agency, who's the Way manager, I think, for the EA, is extremely engaged with the process. So he's banging on my door every day, making sure that rivers and waterways aren't forgotten.
Thank you, that's great. So then I think we had Gareth and then Mike.
Hi, yeah, so Gareth Mathis from Hazelmere Biodiversity Group. Just really a question to all of you, really. It's really interesting talks and really exciting, but do we feel we've got enough ecologists out there to actually deliver this? So just by way of an example, Hazelmere Biodiversity Group, or Hazelmere Town Council actually, put out for a tender for 4 ecologists, consultancies to look at BNG on their land, and they didn't get any prices back. So really a question to all of you: do we have enough? And also, how can we get over this problem if you feel it is a problem?
I might just say, yes, it is a problem, and it's becoming an increasing problem because there's an enormous private sector draw on ecologists at the moment, which is very challenging for all of us, actually. So that's my penny worth. Who would like to go next? Adam?
Yeah, no, there aren't enough. I think obviously there was a massive reduction in the number of ecologists and a lot of people moving out of the sector, and there wasn't a lot of attraction to get into the sector for the past 20, 30 years. So it is a real problem. And yeah, as Sarah Jane just alluded to, a lot of my peers have moved into the private sector, working for the big guys, BCG, WSP and all those guys. And so especially local planning authorities, although saying that, the County Council have very much bucked the trend and have got an awesome team now. But they've rapidly expanded and they've already got too much work to do. So yeah, there is an issue. And not in the least, if you look at some of the assessments of BNG to date where it has been done, there's a really good team at Oxford University who have been assessing the progress of it, and I think they said 20% of applications that have come through just had fundamental errors in them that should have been caught by an ecologist and weren't. And so even where there is ecologists available, they don't have enough time to devote to them to properly to fact check what's going on. So yeah, I think we do need more, and hopefully we will see more.
Yeah, I think it's a real worry. We are seeing a real deficit, particularly at LPA level, in a swathe of areas at the moment, but particularly ecology. I think the underfunding in that sector and the problems local authorities have got have meant that actually BNG has arrived as a mandatory requirement, and they haven't really fleshed out what and how they're going to deal with it and what they should do. And let's face it, the guidance didn't arrive exactly that far in advance, did it? From our point of view as a business, we've been, I guess, lecturing in and running workshops and trying to assist and be called in to help some of the local authorities with their thinking for a number of years. Because we've been going through the process and delivering BNG for a number of years, we've shown the learnings we've got, tried to help, etc., etc. I think Josie, my sustainability director, was participating in a workshop organised by Natural England yesterday for local authorities on that very subject. So, but it is a real issue. There's just a dearth of qualified people out there across that, definitely.
Yeah, I agree. There's certainly isn't enough ecologists out there at the moment. I think there's a shift happening, though. I think BNG has brought some excitement and new job roles into the sector, and I do think that this is something that is going to evolve over the coming years, that people are, I think you'll have more people drawn to the sector now, seeing these new roles coming out, and I think that's something we're seeing in Environment Bank is we sit within off-site delivery. It's a very different job role to what's been out there previously, and we have had lots of ecologists coming to us, you know, interested in trying something different. So I think with BNG now mandatory, there's now the confidence that this is a career that people can go into, and they can now think, actually, okay, I'm not so skilled in protected species work or the traditional consultancy work, but actually this BNG stuff is really exciting and habitat creation is really what I want to go down. So I think you might see more people coming into the sector with that change of job role that's becoming available. But right now there is a shortage, and it does worry us as well, because BNG will only be successful if it's done right. The metric, it's fundamental to, you know, we've only got that 10% minimum uplift. If the calculations are not completed correctly, you lose that 10%, and you're now either a no net loss or potentially, you know, you're at a loss for that development site. So it's absolutely fundamental that we have the resource of ecologists out there to be able to complete the metric correctly, so that we actually have true net gain, because otherwise we could lose that.
Fabulous, thank you. Richard, is yours the same point? If that's okay, Alison, I'll take Richard's same point and then I'll come to you.
Thanks very much, Sarah Jane, and it is exactly to that point, so thank you for the question. My name is Richard Murphy. I'm Director of the Centre for Environment and Sustainability at the University of Surrey, and we work very closely with the Surrey Wildlife Trust. Just to point out that there's a really good article about exactly this issue and opportunity, so thank you for that point, it is one as well, in Town and Country Planning in the January and February issue that was written by our research student, Lawrence Cummings, who's working very closely with Waite's group. So there's some very good stuff in that article. Thanks.
Thank you. Mike, I'd like to go to Alison because she's waiting. Don't frown at me. See that? Frowning at me. And then I'll come to you. I was just going to say, whilst Vicky's walking across, that the Institute of Ecology and Environmental Management, which is our professional institute, I sit on the technical committee for that. They're doing a lot of work around this issue of how we bring more ecologists into the field. So there is work behind the scenes, if you like, to try and increase capacity.
Thank you. Alison Potts, Natural England. It's a question for Rob. When I used to work for a local authority, we had a developer come tell us about how investors expected a 20% margin when they were investing in the development industry. Is that still standard? And if it is, how long do you think that can continue in an environment where we have a housing crisis, a nature crisis, a climate crisis? Is it time for a change?
So it is standard, and I think it's not going to change. I think the 20% development profit margins that's standard across our industry has to a degree stand for the developers to take the risk of doing what they do. To fund a planning application in this day and age, 250 units costs us £750,000 to put a planning application in. 500 homes, you're looking at about £1.25 million. 3,000 homes, initial outline application, north of £5 million. It's huge numbers at risk that have to be speculated. And, you know, that taking that risk, there has to be a reward that's proportional for any investor to come into it. But I guess the point should be that it doesn't mean we should compromise the standards of what we're trying to talk about today in what we deliver. And, you know, ultimately we're I guess, very lucky that the part of the world that we're talking about here is actually quite is quite economically quite a vibrant part of the world, and house prices are good because, you know, fundamentally the developer margin, the build cost is what it is. The flex is in the land value. And, you know, the landowners have to understand that if we are looking to deliver the things that we need to deliver, particularly around the points that we've talked about today, then that's the bit that flexes as such. And you know, and our pitch has always been very clear to our landowners that we'll work in partnership with you to gain consents on your land and to deliver homes, but we have to better do all the things that for us are red lines. And delivering 10% as a minimum BNG 3.5, 4 years before it was mandatory was a red line for us. So building that into the model, so economically it worked, and our landowner accepting that point had to exist. And as we stretch that further, and we want to deliver more, then ultimately it has to work in that model. So I'm not sure that the criticism is of the developer margin, because yes, I might make that margin on that scheme, but for every piece of land that I promote, there are probably 2 or 3 pieces of land that I'm promoting that won't be successful. And they require huge investment to get there. And that is just the system that we have. And, you know, there's a lot of debate as to whether that system should change or not. But, you know, the economics aren't quite as rosy and as obvious as you make that on that scheme, it's that you make. Because that has to pay for that, and that over there as well that are at risk. Does that answer the question?
Mike, your question, and then I'll look for there's another one at the back after that.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, the reason I wanted to ask is it's a bit of a follow-on from the first question we had actually to Sophie. So another one back to you. So there is it's a seller's market really for units, but what, in your experience, Sophie, are the blockers for a potential landowner to give put it enable habitat banking on their land? There's all sorts of incentives for going forward for what land can do if it can't be built on, if it's protected in some way. But yeah, I mean, do you see some particular problems in that?
Yeah, it's interesting. The journeys for different landowners are completely different within Environment Bank, and we are one model. This is what I always say, is Environment Bank's model is one model, but there are multiple other providers out there, and landowners can do habitat banking themselves, and we're one model, so we don't fit every landowner, and that's the way that it has to be. We have to but there are lots of hurdles for landowners to come into this world. The big one, I think, if they're not to partner with somebody like Environment Bank, is securing the funding for the 30 years for the monitoring and reporting, and any sort of contingency funding. I think that's a real risk for landowners, and I think that's something that I think will be a big blocker for landowners wanting to do habitat banking themselves. I think it's fine, but I think they need to walk into what they're doing with their eyes very open to what the liabilities are that they're taking on. So I think the risks associated is a big one. I also think the length of the agreements can be quite off-putting. So it's something we find a lot with our landowners is, all of ours are 30 plus years they have to be, because that's the legislation is that the units have to be secured for at least 30 years. So that landowners getting their heads around that length of agreement is another blocker that's coming out. A lot of stewardship agreements, they're kind of going up to like 5-10 years maximum. These 30 years agreements is very new, so I think that's another blocker that's coming out. Another big one is size of land. So, and this is something that we come up against, is we have a minimum of 10 hectares. So there are landowners that unfortunately, again, they just don't quite fit within our model. But like I say, other providers are out there, other opportunities. But again, we're one model, so size of land can be another thing that can be a blocker. So there are lots, and like I say, we are one model, but the opportunities are there for a lot of landowners. And I think what we always say is, don't assume that your land isn't suitable. Come forward, have those conversations, because you just never know what the opportunities are, and it's definitely worth investigating.
Thank you. Before I come to the question at the back, Molly, did you want to follow up on that? Sorry, Vicky, making you run. You were doing a great job of anticipating, and I've been very unkind to you. Thank you.
Thanks, Vicky. Thank you, Sarah Jane. Yeah, I'm Molly Bedell, lead of nature-based solutions at Hampton Estate. So we are, as you were saying there, Sophie, another model developing a habitat bank from a private land manager perspective. I think one of the biggest blockers to us is something you alluded to there, Rob, LPA capacity and ability to enable us to access the marketplace. So with all the work that you've been doing, Rob, what would you say in your dream world the LPA's role should be? How should they function in a perfect way to enable the market for BNG, particularly off-site BNG, to function?
So I guess the problem is, as we said, is capacity, is having enough people to deal with this. And that skill in the intervention at the right points in time. You know, my worry is that a lot of things that we see with LPAs is they're catching up and they're under-resourced. And what's really important here, doesn't get the resource it needs the right way. And corners get cut, things don't get scrutinised properly, things won't be done the right way. There has to be a way to develop standardised mandates that, you know, and sharing that resource and sharing that knowledge and, you know, more people in there to deliver it from our point of view. You know, I think the disappointing thing from our point of view is we've known it's coming for a long time, but it just hasn't seen that investment through that period. We are now, we've got to deal with it. You know, we've got to find a way to have codes, setups, whatever it is, et cetera, that can make it easier for the LPAs to wade through it, if that makes sense. Because if you haven't got the specialist skills and you haven't got all of that, how do they pass through the path? How do they assess it properly? How do they enable the delivery? How do they have the right strategy? How do they do the right things? And we've got to find a way to help them at scale and help them quickly at scale. Otherwise, it is all going to block up and it's going to cause a real problem.
Great, thank you. I think we had a question at the back, did we? Oh yes, it's Rob.
Hello. Sorry, Sophie, a question if that's all right. From Surrey Wildlife Trust, and my team managed planning applications in Surrey for review for LPAs. In terms of when people come to you, I'm interested in what evidence you need that it's the last resort to come to you, or is a second resource to come to you. They can't do it themselves. I think it's going to be an interesting balance between where we come in and you might come in on project sites. It may come up in the panel later on, but in terms of evidence, I think is the biggest word in BNG for a lot of things. And I'm interested in what evidence you require that they have to come to you, rather than it's not just a let's go to them and get the money and it'll sort it out in the end. Do you have a minimum evidence requirement? And if so, it'd be interesting to know what that is so we can use that as well to line up. If that makes sense.
Yeah, so this is quite tricky because we are obviously a provider of off-site units, so we have to be very careful that we don't blur the lines. So we can be there can't really be there too much from an advisory perspective, as we are a provider of BNG units. So the tricky thing is what we always say to any developers that come forward to us is that they must have a maximised on-site delivery first before we can proceed, and they will have to evidence that within their biodiversity net gain plan that they produce for local planning authorities. So it's not something we don't review the information that comes forward to us. We do look at the metrics to make sure that the metrics line up alongside ours, but we don't have like a set of conditions that we put in place that evidence base has to go into their biodiversity net gain plan and into the information that ensures that they have followed the mitigation hierarchy. And I think that's just a really important part of the process, that we must be following that mitigation hierarchy. Offsite is once that has all been maximised, that's when offsite steps in. Otherwise, we're at the point where BNG again will fall down. So so we don't have set criteria, but we do make it very clear to any developers that is in communication with us that they would have to pass that process with the local planning authorities before we could deliver the off-site units for themselves.
Thank you. So I've got a question from Bill at the front. Whilst Vicky's just taking the microphone, Zoe, are there any questions online at the minute? Okay, that's great. Thank you. I wanted to make sure we were including them.
Thank you. Bill Biddell, Hampton Estate Farms as well. Looking ahead to, say, 20 years' time, what I'd love to know from all panellists is, where do you see your relationships with the land that at the moment is being taken as BNG credit units? Do you see yourselves with ongoing relationships with that land? Or do you see the land's done, the deal's done, actually we have no further concern about that or interest? Because I think from a private perspective, we've got no knowledge of that. We're all talking about BNG units, we're all positioning ourselves to that point, but we know that if we enter into a 30-year programme, is actually anybody having the interest as well as the statutory interest that we have to have, and that what we have to do with it. So just be really interested from the panel to know what your thoughts are on that.
I don't think any of us have really thought 20 to 30 years ahead properly yet, have we, if I'm honest with you? I think, so I mean flippant, but I think, you know, I guess, you know, in our initial discussions, surely, I mean, as a business, we're about long-term partnerships. That's where we are, that's the way we work. It's slightly different from some in our industry, I accept. But actually, you know, if we're working, particularly where we're working with schemes that are part of much wider aspirations and sort of regional strategies for BNG in terms of Wheel to Waves, I guess, is a prime example. You know, there should be a long-term partnership there that sees us help and enable that delivery over many, many years. Absolutely. I guess, you know, as a landowner, are you taking a cheque, for want of a better phrase, now for 30 years? At some point, aren't you going to take the cheque on the same piece of land for the next 30 years, the next 30 years after that? And if you've established partnerships with the right people, and it allows for a cohesive plan of wider, you know, aspiration to be delivered by working together over a longer period, it seems to make absolute sense. I'm not entirely sure we've got to that space yet, or anywhere near it, no.
Yeah, it's a great question. We'll either be on our 6th LNS renewal or our 2nd, depending on what the Secretary of State decides. Yeah, how do I see it working? I think from obviously, because we're not associated with BNG as Surrey Nature Recovery, I think what I'd like to see is that where that land is delivered, it's not just seen as a contractual thing, it's seen as something that's celebrated. So when we do those renewals, obviously we'll be updating the state of nature for Surrey. And if we do begin to see positives, I want to make sure that that's celebrated amongst the people that are delivering it and that they feel included in it. So hopefully Surrey Nature Recovery and Surrey Nature Partnership and Surrey Wildlife Trust and everyone will be involved in that process, and we can create a nice, beautiful community that really does congratulate each other and make sure that people do feel that the work they're doing isn't just for money, it's actually been for something good and collective. But that's because I get to sit on a nice non-contractual bit and think about nice bits. But yeah, I'll pass you over.
Yeah, we get asked this question a lot about what happens at the end of the 30 years to the Habitat Bank sites, and I was asked the question on the break as well. And you know, we really look at this as long term, so we don't look at it that the project ends at 30 years. The contractual agreement does end at 30 years, and we would hope very much to renegotiate with our landowners. So the hope is that there'll be some sort of DEFRA statutory metric, there'll be some sort of mechanism around in that time that we can re-baseline where we got to successfully, we got to this point, and then we can look to push forward or protect the land. Say we've hit priority status, we can look at protecting that land, and hopefully there'll be some sort of funding mechanism out there that Environment Bank can use. Or if we've hit a certain point and we're not at priority habitat status yet, and there's still more we can do, let's re-baseline and go again for another 30 years or so. So we very much see it as a long-term relationship. A lot of our landowners, we're sitting around the kitchen tables with multiple generations in the room when we're discussing these habitat banks. They're not seen as something that's there for just that 30 years and then they're gone. We are talking to 3 generations at a time and getting, you know, the young kids involved so that they know what's happening to the land and they can invest and get excited about it and think about it as a legacy project. A lot of our landowners see that as these habitat banks as that lasting legacy, and they want it to be there for forever. So I see it as we've got this mechanism now to bring and really kickstart nature recovery. this isn't going to be the end. There's going to be future mechanisms coming out, and we just need to be at the forefront driving that forward and making sure that there's continued possibilities for these sites.
Lovely, thank you. And I might just take Chair's privilege for a minute and say I think the other thing that's really important for us to remember is that biodiversity net gain is actually only a relatively limited aspect of developing nature markets. And, you know, as Adam said earlier, we're looking at a sort of 57 billion investment need. And I think what I would like to see is that very genuine integration of economy, society and nature, which really is where the solutions are going to sit for us. So, you know, in 20 or 30 years' time, I would love, you know, that to be so well established that for landowners, it's absolutely the logical thing to do as part of stewarding that land and looking after it. You know, it's also really important to remember that what we're trying to do here is change a system that locks us into negative outcomes in many cases. The cost of the systems that lock us into what we have at the moment is far, far greater than the positive investment that we need to make in the change that we're looking for. So I think it's really worth thinking about that context as well, because if we can stop, you know, spending so much money on locking us into bad systems and spend money on putting us into good systems, actually in 30 years' time, it becomes a very logical way of looking after land, I think, in the longer term. Right, I must stop talking because that's not my job. Are there any other questions that anybody would like to ask? I've got two more over here, so I'll take those two, and then we'll break for lunch.
Hi there, I'm John Collins. I'm head of consultancy at Madencroft Limited. So we're nature recovery consultants, contractors. So we share like the points made about shortage of ecologists in the industry. It's definitely something we feel, but also have concerns over that kind of long-term land management and kind of similar lack of skills really in the industry. So it's something we're trying to address through a Green Skills Training Academy we set up. But I was interested to know, like Rob, mostly from your perspective, obviously with your on-site provision, how are you guys kind of approaching that 30-year commitment to quite specialist land management and the kind of challenges you might face with that?
So I think in terms of on-site provision, for us, there's a wider place creation piece here as well. There's a wider, it's not just about the BNG, it's protecting everything that we try and create. So, you know, at Thacum, you know, we've never sold a freehold. We've never, you know, not transferred something that didn't allow for it to happen effectively in perpetuity. You know, I don't think we're necessarily looking at it for 30 years. We're looking at it forever, if that makes sense. So when we're creating the opportunity to do things on our developments, you know, and we lay developments out that have a housing element in partnership with green space, with country parks that we create, with BNG value, etc. We want to leave it like that in perpetuity, not allow for it to be changed after 30 years, if that makes sense. So there's a really interesting question, I think, that we're all grappling with, particularly where I'm working with larger estates, traditional estates, and they're now seeing substantial housing development come forward, is how, when we've delivered, when we get 20, 30, 40 years down the line, we don't let change happen. I think one of the criticisms I would have of new towns that were created after the war is the Commission for New Towns set out some wonderful architecture with green fingers running through and green spaces and less perhaps BNG as we knew it then, but certainly the right values. The councils that took those spaces over saw that as an encumbrance to manage that green space and an opportunity to realise revenue by creating it to a development space and changing that layout. What we have to ensure is the places that we create now, what we set it out to be with the values that we set out are protected in perpetuity, and it doesn't change after 25, 30, 40, 50 years, whatever. I think that's what we're trying to achieve on the place that we're creating, certainly.
Thank you. So we had one question, and I'll take that as the last question before we break.
Hi. Oh, is it on? Yeah. It was to Adam about the timings of the LNRS. So I know they said there was a steering group that meets, but there's also the local authority group as well. So when do they meet? Or is it going to be the geographical workshops? Is that the first time that we get to sort of, you know, put our 2 pennies worth that actually that bit's really important?
So we've had one meeting already, so there is a representative, or at least one, 2 in most cases, from every local authority. And it will be, to an extent, on those guys to make sure that they are publicising within their own organisations that that does exist. So we've had one meeting so far. It was very dry because there's a lot about local authorities do have a right of sign-off of the LNRS pre-consultation and pre-publication. So it's very much like, what are your sign-off processes? But we hope to be a lot more exciting in that. But we will be having a sort of specific local authority or supporting authority group workshop as well. So there will be opportunities there. And then the probably more key one will be the latter 3, a very much geographic focus rather than thematic focus. That will be the best time to sort of bring in local authorities into those ones.
Thank you very much. And luckily I can see that lunch has arrived, so that's also excellent timing. What I'd like to do is just thank Vicky very much for kindly doing the roaming mic for us. She was volunteered this morning, unknown to her, so that was very kind of you. Thanks, Vicky. And also, if I could just ask you to thank all 3 of our excellent speakers. I think that's been a really good discussion this morning, and we'll have lunch and be back at 1:15. So thank you very much.
Hello? This is your 2-minute warning. If you can make your way back to your seats, please. Right, this is now your 1-minute warning, please. We need to get started soon. Okay, right, it's my job now to run this afternoon and hopefully allow you to go home round about when you expect to go home. And if you're really lucky, the rain will have stopped as well. Right, if I can welcome our next speaker up here, which is Zoe Channon, who is the Director of Nature-Based Solutions and Partnerships at Surrey Wildlife Trust.
Hello everyone, I'm slightly worried I've got the graveyard shift now after you've all had lunch, but we'll try and work through that. So as Lisa said, my name's Zoe Channon, I'm the Director of Nature-Based Solutions and Partnerships at the Trust. What does that mean? Many things actually. So I run our natural capital team, so the team that are focusing on biodiversity net gain. My team are also purely focused on external landowner engagement, so we've worked with some of the landowners in this room. We obviously focus on nature-based solutions, as my title says. We run projects, and I also chair both the river catchment partnerships for Surrey, so that gives you a bit of an overview as to who I am. So, I'm here today to talk about biodiversity net gain, and actually what we've done with respect to selling units and credits along the way. I did think about how to represent this actually, because it's quite a complex topic and it's just not quite as simple as it sounds. So what I wanted to do was just talk a little bit about the journey that we've gone through, because for us it genuinely hasn't just come out of nowhere. So the Surrey Nature Partnership, obviously who put this event on today, have spent quite a long time thinking about natural capital. So taking you back to 2012 here, and credit to Sarah Jane for this slide, which I woefully stole from one of her presentations earlier because it works well. They started thinking about the natural capital approach for Surrey, so Surrey as a whole, so not just us as a wildlife trust. They spent time building asset registers and looking at the sort of scope for biodiversity offsetting. And then in 2015, they spent time looking at the natural capital investment strategy, again, at the Surrey level and not just at the trust. And at the heart of that was really looking at sustainable land management, economic growth and sort of public health and well-being, and trying to knit all of those things together and understanding how we can deliver that as a county as a whole. That flowed quite nicely onto the Natural Capital Investment Plan, which at the time, I'm sure it's probably more than this now, but identified about a 20 million investment fund need for this county alone. So that's not even looking nationally. And it was looking to innovative approaches and things like natural capital investment companies and things like that. And what sort of things we need to be thinking about. So this is all about getting ducks in a row and thinking about our future delivery. So in 2017, this has been alluded to, and I was quite glad to see this in your slide, Adam, as well. The Surrey Nature Partnership issued the State of Surrey's Nature, and whilst the report was most excellent and authored by predominantly Mike Waite and others, it actually told a really sorry story. And that was around some of the statistics that you'll see on the slide. I won't go into detail about that. But you can see overall that nature was in decline. And that's quite a depressing thought, given the fact that we organisationally focus only on nature recovery about 100% of the time. That's what we're about. So how has that happened? How has that happened on our watch? And I think we can all see and understand that Surrey is a busy county. It's got a lot of pressures on it, for example. You know, there's huge transport links here. There's huge pressure on infrastructure and housing and all sorts of things. So there is a lot going on, but it still isn't acceptable for nature to be in that position. This I like to put up as well, another slide shamelessly stolen from my CEO, but this is our organisational strategy. And I've circled the indirect land management piece because actually that's the bit that I personally focus on the most. So that's really looking at sustainable solutions, working with landowners on their pieces of land, how we can get money and investment into conservation at a county level, not just at a Surrey Wildlife Trust level. In 2020, a difficult year, you might admit, we set up the Nature-Based Solutions team. And this is a team that sits underneath me, and it's the team that is out and about all the time talking to landowners about their business, about their objectives, about their desires, you know, from a financial perspective, but also from a wildlife recovery perspective. And we came up with some themes about who we were and what we wanted to engender in the professional services that we provide externally. So that's around looking at land connectivity, for example, something that's probably key to all of us in this room, looking at the faces around here. Embedding natural capital in our solutions, but also some of the decision-making that our landowners will make. Looking in particular at sustainable funding, you know, how can we get more investment into nature? You know, we've got some great public funding out there, but there is a quite clear need for private funding too. Looking at our role in nature recovery, so again, bringing us back into our own organisation and looking at 30 by 30 targets and the sorts of things that we need to be delivering, and really supporting landowners in navigating these new markets. And let's be clear, you know, for some of us, this is quite new and there's a lot going on, there's a lot of things coming at us. And we set about getting prepared. So obviously the Surrey Nature Partnership, through some of the natural capital work that they've done, had set the scene and done a lot of the groundwork in this. But actually we needed to think about ourselves organisationally, how we needed to structure ourselves, and what sort of things that we could offer externally. So we set up the team, as I said, which were focusing on natural capital and nature-based solutions. But we also set about trying to understand our own land holding. So we undertook quite a big exercise of doing metrics, so DEFRA metrics. I think at the time we were on 3.1 metric for all our sites, and built effectively a site register so that we could understand the current score of that site and then the predicted uplift based on habitat intervention work. And that was no small undertaking, but we could see there's something very strange under here that I keep knocking, so that we could understand the potential that we had. And the potential credits that could be sold should we wish. And I think that final phrase is probably quite key for us. Most importantly, we developed our biodiversity net gain policy, and this was key for us. We had to come up with core principles that we were prepared to work with, that identified who we were in the marketplace and identified what we delivered. So we will only work with developers that have a strong ethical policy. So we look at everybody, who they are, what they're delivering, you know, who they do business with, for example. We look at things like the mitigation hierarchy that has been talked about previously. We very much view biodiversity net gain as a tool in a suite of tools that are available for investment into land management. And we also look at our own landowner biodiversity net gain and their needs, possibly equally or more important than ours as an organisation. We manage probably about 5% of Surrey as an organisation. What about the other 95%? That's kind of held by other people, and there's so much potential there. And we will only work with developers who show a clear commitment to contributing and enhancing the environment. So we heard from a developer earlier in Thacums and look at some of the additionality that they undergo. So although that isn't necessarily recognised in the metric, actually we do recognise that organisationally because we do look at it and we do care about what they're delivering. So it does have a factor in some of our decision making. We also articulated for us what we consider to be the red line of all red lines, and we've talked about various percentages today, and of course we're more than aware that the standard percentage has come through at 10%. But actually in Surrey there's been quite a groundswell of people that are already working to 20%. We've got some local authorities that have already declared that in their local plans. But for us, a 20% gain is a red line, and we will not engage in business for less than that. But why, you might ask? I refer you back to the state of Surrey's nature. We have a duty of care and responsibility to biodiversity generally within this county. And it's really important that we look at some of those differentials and what it can achieve. So an increase of 10% is probably the absolute minimum to provide a confidence in no net loss. It may be enough to provide confidence in halting biodiversity losses. And actually, overall, if you look at some of the tipping points on this, a higher level of gain actually makes relatively, and I don't mean to be trite by that, but a relatively little difference to the cost of overall mitigation and compensation. So for us, it seems right to ask for that, but because it means that we can ensure that it will definitely deliver and we will get more. And actually, I would find that our conversations have been really quite positive with developers on this front. We have a lot of people coming to us that want to do business. I would say Wildlife Trust credits are well respected, they're desirable, they come with a brand, etc. So we're a natural port of call for people. But we do have quite a strict process to go through when we're talking to people about the ways in which we take forward business. And in 2021, NERF 1 came along, so that was good. For those that don't know, that's the Natural Environment Readiness Fund. It was run by DEFRA and the Environment Agency. And it was very much a test and learn project, looking at new markets, natural capital, all of that kind of stuff, and trying to understand exactly how these things will pan out on the ground. Because we can all look at metrics and we can all look at this and that, but actually, what happens when you actually go through it? How do you construct a legal agreement? You know, how do you even start those conversations with developers and other people? And how do you understand, how that process works end to end? And it really focused on sharing learnings as well, which I particularly enjoyed. We became part of quite a big NERF community. I mean, certainly in the second NERF round, there were about 86 to 90 projects that were going on nationally, all testing slightly different things so that you could see how those things were panning out. So, what did our NERF 1 project focus on? It was looking at whether or not we wanted to create a natural capital investment company, and that effectively was looking at a mechanism to ripple some of these private finance investments through, and what that meant for the acceleration of habitat delivery and the attraction of private finance overall. But it also sought to pilot the sale of some biodiversity net gain units credits, for example, so that we could understand what organisationally we would need to go through. And quite luckily, an opportunity came along. So in 2022, Pinewood Studios, we were approached by Pinewood Studios, who were doing some development on their site, increasing their studio size, all sorts of things to do with makeup offices and things like that I know very little about. But that was obviously within the NERF 2 timescale. Their development sat within the Spelthorne Borough Council environment, and they, off their own back, wanted to purchase biodiversity net gain credits in order to offset their development. So that was something that was driven by them at a time when these schemes weren't mandatory. We took a look at our site register, as I refer you back to our cunning plan of readiness. So we were able to look at some of our sites that were involved in that area. And our nearest site was Manor Farm, and you'll notice that that sits within the Woking Borough Council area, and I'll come back to that in a bit. So what do? We had to do a whole raft of due diligence. So again, taking you back to our processes, looking at the development, looking at the planning conditions, looking at the planning application, looking at the objections, looking at where it sits. I mean, you name it, that's what we look at, and it really is that detailed. Looking at the developer, their ethics, how they have approached previous developments, and looking what additionality that they were prepared to put into this scheme as well. And also, quite critically, looking at the proximity to development. We've talked about that today, and obviously that is quite clear in the mitigation hierarchy, but at the time, proximity to development wasn't always possible. So we had to have those conversations with the LPA and others as to what that might mean and what's appropriate in that space. When we looked at our site register, as I said, we worked quite closely with the LPA and the developer to come up with a solution. You can see highlighted on the slide an area of land called Manor Farm. So this was a relatively good fit. It didn't have any particular designations on it. And we were able to demonstrate quite a lot of additionality on that site through enhanced work. It's a 25-hectare former market garden, so it used to be a salad farm. There's a lot of concrete roads that go through it, which I presume took some of the farming machinery on it. We use it a lot as layback land for our cattle. We've got a 450 sort of strong herd of belted Galloway cattle and some sheep. Manor Farm is key for that area, so when they're not doing conservation grazing on certain sites, that's where they go and live for a bit. But obviously there is significant scope for uplift on that site. It's mostly managed for conservation. We've done quite a bit with hedges on that site, but there was a lot more opportunity there. But there was more to the assessment than that. So we had to look at ourselves organisationally. You know, it's been referred to before about these schemes, the 30-year commitment, the legally binding nature of some of these contracts, and that is really important. And we have to be honest with ourselves and ask us the question as to whether or not we can deliver what's required on that site. Can our land management team deliver that? Have we got the tools, the machinery? Have we got the capacity? So there were some very detailed conversations that we go through to understand that. We need to make sure that the pricing fits with our delivery, and I'll come on to that a little bit in a moment. And we also have to consider things that are new, like how do you account for these things, and how do your auditors look at these things and the financial flow through your organisation? There were also additional complications, so sometimes maybe I wish we'd picked a different site because it might have been slightly easier. But we had the Environment Agency looking at our site, Manor Farm, and the whole area that is referred to as Sandway. So in 2013, about 250 houses were significantly flooded in that space. And Manor Farm was earmarked as one of the sites that would have a flood bund built over it to protect that housing. So we'd been engaged on that project since 2019. We were very aware of that, and obviously we couldn't have any sales impacted by the scheme and vice versa. So there was a lot of complex sums and mapping and all sorts of things that we needed to go through to make sure that nothing was being double counted and that things weren't negatively impacted. Luckily, Spelthorne Council also required a 20% gain, which was helpful. And eventually, based on the need required from Pine Studios, we sold around 37 units on Manor Farm. And you can see on here the field where those units have been sold. So there's still a lot going on. The far left hand of that side is where the flood bund is going. So obviously, we've missed that off with our calculations. And the developer also made a significant contribution to our educational function as well. So for those of you that aren't aware, we run our education centre out of Now Wood in Leatherhead, and we do lots and lots of work with schools and communities, so that contribution was gratefully received. There's a Section 106 in place, because at the time that was the best mechanism. I know we've talked about conservation covenants, but at the time those didn't exist, responsible bodies didn't exist, etc. So that Section 106 agreement is between the developer and Spelthorne Council, and then we have a separate management agreement that's between ourselves and Pinewood Studios that details the land management that we'll deliver on that site. I wanted to come on to unit prices because it's something that we're asked about a lot, and it's not an easy topic because it's quite complex. But there are a lot of things that comprise unit prices and things that we have to take into account. I won't go through all this in detail because, I think this is probably more boring than your slide, Adam, actually, and I'm not proud of myself for producing it, but it was the only way that I could articulate it. There's a lot of things that we have to take into account. So obviously standard stuff like our staff time, the time that our finance director might spend on some of this stuff. Our upfront costs that we might have, so the surveys and the condition assessments and things like that. Management plan updates, we've got legal costs, we've got land agency fees, we've got inflation to deal with, we've got potential contractors to deal with, all sorts of stuff. We've got audit costs as well that sit on top of this. So it's quite difficult to kind of come up with a standard. And people ask me that all the time, oh, what are you selling credits for? And actually, there isn't one set price. It will be very much dependent on the habitat. Each case is very bespoke, and we sort of run with that each time we come into this. So we officially started with this project last year. So monies came in February 2023. And we had a meeting. So my team administer most of these contracts because we've negotiated them along with our CEO and our finance director as well. So we're responsible for the delivery of it. So we had a meeting with our reserves management team to get them all set up. They'd been involved in the deal negotiation along the way, so none of this was new. The last thing anybody wants is a rugby pass delivery, because that definitely doesn't go down well. So we've undertaken the first year of works, which has been quite exciting, and we're just in the process of reconnecting back with Pinewood to take them through the first year of reporting. And actually, we're in talks about additionality on that, so they're quite keen to come out and have a site visit, which I think would be quite nice, and hopefully we can develop that report with them. There's no sort of set format for some of this reporting, so this isn't an ecological report. That will come in about 5 years' time when we look at the habitat works that have been undertaken. This is just a what have you done in year one, where are you against your finances, what are you doing in year two report, but that seems a bit dull, so I'm sure we can do a bit better than that. I hope so anyway. So what did we conclude in NERF 1? So circling back, actually the entire reason why some of this stuff happened was because we were running a pilot project to test some of this stuff. We actually concluded that a separate NCIC wasn't needed. In effect, the Wildlife Trust performed that function because of the way that our organisation was set up and the way that we could handle that accounting and the finances and stuff. Whether or not we stick with that conclusion for the rest of the time, I don't know, but for now, I think we're quite comfortable in the way that that is working. The selling of units is lengthy. I think this has been referred to before. You know, this is not a quick process. It's not a quick negotiation. Parties are coming at this from different places. We will always be looking at the land and the biodiversity and the nature recovery element, and that is forefront in every negotiation that we have. I think it proved that our processes and policies were essential, and actually in many respects it informed the morphing of those into what they are today. So those will continually evolve as far as I'm concerned. I don't think in this market you can have one thing that just stays static. I think you have to be prepared to move with the times and keep looking at yourself and shining the mirror in your face to go, okay, how do we need to change and how do we need to adapt to this? How can we tighten things? And learnings do play a key part on all fronts, and I think I welcome opportunities like this where you can have open and transparent conversations, when you can learn from other people, listen to their experiences, etc., because it all feeds your development overall. So what next? I wanted to comment on this because obviously NERF 1 isn't where it stopped. We've just concluded a pilot working with 6 landowners in Surrey, some of which are in the room today under our NERF 2 project. So that was looking at their own land holdings and the natural capital possibilities on their land, appetites to invest, barriers to investment. You know, we have talked about those today. It's quite easy for us as a wildlife trust to make a decision to tie our land up for 30 years because it's kind of what we're here to do. Very different for a landowner who might have all sorts of things going on in their business to actually tie their land up in the same way. So some of those learnings have been absolutely essential for us, especially as my team is externally focused. It's taught us a little bit about how to connect with local planning authorities. We need to do that more. We need to have more learnings from them, I would say. We're lucky enough to have Rob in our organisation who heads up our Ecological Planning Advisory Service. So I quite often seek advice from him about how to best to engage with different parties. We are also looking at the potential to set up a broker function. We are approached quite often by landowners who would like support in their own natural capital and selling units. I think that's an interesting space for us to look into. I would say we haven't concluded on that yet, but that's certainly conversations that we're openly having. We're also looking into lots of things around natural flood management, the concept of biodiversity credits. So by that, I don't mean the statutory credits that the government offer, but it comes back to something that Sarah Jane was talking about before, about the more holistic view about how biodiversity can be delivered. So what's next after BNG? What gives you more of a sense of species and abundance and things like that? And we're also in discussions about the potential sale of more units as well. So I thought some final musings would be helpful. I'm not sure they are final, so I'll probably come next year and have more musings that I can share with you, but this is sort of where I'm at the moment. We were one of the first movers, so there has been a lot of interest in what we've done, and it's been a real pleasure to actually share that and come and talk to people about it and have people interested in what you've delivered. Having robust processes and procedures is essential, and I know it's not everyone's thing, and I know that some people go, oh God, process just makes me want to stab my face off, but it is really important that you have those in place to take you through this situation. Sorry, I'm smirking at Rob now because of a conversation we had earlier. Many developers do want to go the extra mile and they do want to engage with us in a really positive way, and I think that has been really encouraging and something that I've really enjoyed having conversations on. Organisationally, we will never compromise on biodiversity outcomes, so it doesn't matter how urgent the development is and how urgent the timelines are. I understand the pressures and I feel it on everyone's behalf, but we will always go through due process and we will always be looking at our land, and that is the way that we work. You have to plan for the future, so I've got to think about, in 30 years' time, I'm really hoping I might be retired. I might not be. But if I am, who is going to be taking on all of this work in the Surrey Wildlife Trust? Who's going to inherit all of these contracts and who is going to be managing all of that? Have we got the processes in place that people can understand what we've got there? And we're always thinking about that and sort of making sure that these things aren't specific to me. So if I get run over by a bus, all of this stuff has to continue and be in the forefront of everyone's minds. It's also very much an organisational decision around risk and resources and deliverability. We run a BNG panel. We talk about all sorts. We talk about every person who comes to us to want to engage, to want to, sell units, buy units, etc. These things are talked about very communally, and we have lots of people on that panel that have very individual skills and experience to make sure that we can come up with the right decision for us, and that's really important. people need to engage with us ahead of time. I've said this before, but we won't work quickly. We will work appropriately and we will work with due process. And that's really important because there's so much legality turned up in all of this that it's important that people take the time. I've mentioned it before, we have an ethics panel and a BNG panel, and you know, they are one of our key delivery mechanisms, and those will only strengthen over time. I can be quite clear on that. Transparency is really key. So again, open conversations between developers and local planning authorities and ourselves, or anyone who's looking to sell units, is really important. It's the only way that all parties are going to get what they need and want from these situations. Unit prices will change, they'll evolve. It's vital that they're not undersold. If you are in the process of selling units, you have to think very carefully about the price that you are setting and be very clear that that will sustain you for the 30-year period. I have no idea if they're true, but I've heard some alarming figures that have been bandied around the marketplace, and I worry about some of those potential contracts going forward. Neither should they be oversold, though. You know, if we start flooding the market with overinflated prices, we're going to fail at the first hurdle with BNG. So it comes back to the really serious calculations that you're doing to actually drive out the best in these deals. It's an evolving market, as we all know. I think we probably all feel in the same boat. I get quite worried when people go, oh, you're an expert in this because you sold units. And that's very much not the case. I think we're all in a similar position. We've all got similar concerns. We've all got similar hopes. And I think it's an exciting time to be in conservation. I didn't think I would see this out in my lifetime, but I have been able to do that. And I think, as alluded to before, there are all sorts of job opportunities and things that are coming up. You know, I'm lucky enough to be in this position now, running a team of people and working at the forefront of change, which is couldn't be better on my front. And then think about what next. So think about what comes after biodiversity net gain. Think about how you can influence that. Think about what you want out of some of this stuff. You know, there's a lot coming through from corporates. They're going to be, you know, we've referred to TNFD earlier. There's a lot of offsetting they will need to do. How can we influence those markets further to get something in 10, 20 years' time that's evolved on even further from biodiversity net gain? And that was it from me. A whistle-stop tour of unit sales and everything I know.
Right, we've got a roving mic again, so if anybody's got any questions, put your hands up. You can come down here if you like. Any questions? Ooh.
I covered it all in my talk.
I think you've done such a brilliant job. Yeah, nobody's got any questions. If you really haven't got any questions, we'll move on to the next section.
Marvellous.
Okay, thank you very much. Sorry. Right, our next section is going to be a panel session. Just to say, there is one change to the panel that's on your list. Tim Crawshaw has very kindly said he will come and sit on the panel so you can ask him lots of questions. As unfortunately Craig Hatton is unwell, but the other three people should be here somewhere. That's David Payne, Mike Waite and Rob Hutchinson. And then it's my pleasure also to ask Alison Potts from Natural England to come along and chair this session for us.
Take a seat.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Alison Potts. I'm Natural England's Deputy Director for Thames Solent team. I also chair the Hampshire and Isle of Wight Local Nature Partnership. And it's my pleasure to shepherd this afternoon's session, and thank you to Tim for stepping in. I'm going to introduce our panellists. I think we are missing one, aren't we? Okay, we'll come to Mike last then. Welcome to Rob Hutchinson and to David Payne, and of course to Tim, who we met earlier. Oh, and here's Mike now. So, the panellists have been asked this afternoon in about 5 minutes or so to tell us what they do and how it informs planning, as well as nature recovery, and to illustrate that with a case study where appropriate. So I think we'll do the 5 minutes from each person, and then we'll come back for some questions at the end. So put your thinking caps on. And Mike, I think we can, but you'll screw up the slides. Okay. Shall we start with you, David? Is that all right? Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah. Thank you. So I'm here today with my Mineral Products Association hat on. We're the trade association for the minerals industry and mineral products industry, and I also coordinate the CBI's mineral group. That brings together lots of the same producers, but also brings in a few additional industrial minerals, fertilizers, and also things like ceramics. So we cover about 99% of the UK minerals industry. One of my roles is to coordinate the Biodiversity group for the MPA, which brings together the producer companies, consultants. We also involve Nature After Minerals from the RSPB, and do various things, which I'll talk about. So every 2 years until COVID, we ran a Biodiversity and Restoration Awards scheme where companies put in their projects for judging by an independent panel and receipt of awards. That includes planned schemes, so schemes which haven't yet been developed but are planned. This is one. This is a big sand and gravel extension in Oxfordshire. So originally was pretty intensive grassland. It was a beef farm. So the gravel's going to be extracted and then gradual progressive restoration. You can see it's going to be one of the biggest reed beds in the south of England when it's restored, as well as lots of wet grassland, hedgerows, reed bed, bit of woodland as well. So that was an example of one of the planned schemes. We also have entries for landscape scale. So that's the Lawton Principles projects which demonstrate connectivity, increasing size, that kind of thing. And we also have individual prizes for teams which have gone above and beyond what they do in their day-to-day jobs. And we have an innovation scheme for projects which don't fall in any other categories. So particularly, say, measures targeted to certain species. So that came to a halt in 2019 when we had the last one because of COVID and then other things. But we're running them against this year. So I'm very pleased about that because it's a great way of sharing good practice among the industry, but also demonstrating to other people who aren't necessarily familiar with what the industry does, what we do. So a lot of the slides here are taken from some of those entries for the different awards, just to show you the range of habitats which are created either on restored quarries or even active quarries with progressive restoration. Typical sand and gravel restoration, so you'll be familiar with these in Surrey. Probably originally that was arable or possibly grassland. It's now gone back to a mix of wet grassland, open water, islands, reed beds. That's the kind of typical sand and gravel restoration you'll get. Lowland heathland, this one's actually in Devon, but of course you've got heathland here. This would be unlikely to happen these days, given the importance of heathland. You wouldn't want to be quarrying on open heathland. There are proposals, I know in Hampshire, for quarries on forested heath with restoration proposals to put it back to open heathland. The biodiversity metric causes some problems there because the value attached to forested heath in the first place makes it quite difficult to deliver the 10%, even though that's what everybody really wants. A different site which you don't get in Surrey, hard rock site. This is still active, but it shows you progressive restoration rolling over the benches to create calcareous grassland. This is a bund around a rock site up in Shropshire with wildflower meadows planted on the bunds which are there for screening the quarry. So again, delivering biodiversity where you wouldn't necessarily have it. And we pulled all these together in a document celebrating 50 years of this scheme a couple of years ago, 2021. And there's also a film attached to that. Both of these are available on our website, and if you haven't seen them, I'd recommend you have a look at them. So that's just a good quick run through of kind of what we do, just to give you a flavour of good stuff. We also produced a biodiversity strategy about 10 years ago now, which says good things which the members are supposed to sign up to and deliver, which included reference to net gain before net gain was a thing. And through the CBI Minerals Group, we produced a UK minerals strategy for the whole of the sector, which again says positive things about delivering net gains. So these are supposed to guide what the industry does, and also the purpose of the strategy is to set out the priorities for the industry, because unlike other sectors in the economy, there is no minerals strategy, but there is now. In terms of numbers, through our biodiversity group, I collect data from members on habitats they've created on sites, restoration of sites. So you can see, created so far around 83 square kilometres. And so I usually give these in hectares. Sorry, these are in square kilometres. I think square kilometres are supposed to be more meaningful, but probably not to this audience. And then planned 110 square kilometres of the different types of priority habitat. So that's the stuff that's in the system that hasn't been delivered yet, but is committed to in restoration schemes. So there's a lot done and a lot coming, basically. And finally, we've also mapped sites that have been restored and are open to the public around the country, what we call a virtual nature park. So if you put all these together, it's a large area. Individually, they're reasonably large, but collectively even bigger. So that's just a quick whip through of what we do. What I'm working on at the moment, we've talked a lot about biodiversity gain. The guidance, unfortunately, doesn't include anything on minerals, apart from saying it's similar to phased development, which it isn't really. So I'm working with the Planning Officers Society to probably pull together some guidance for minerals operators and also for mineral planning authorities on how to apply the metric to development which might last 50 years and have progressive loss and progressive gain, but large gains over a long period, which the guidance doesn't really tackle, but I think that's the way you need to apply it. We've actually got a couple of case studies we developed for DEFRA, which we gave them 5 years ago, and they still haven't been published. They've now been adapted to use metric 4, looking at a sand and gravel site, retrospectively applying the metric, and also a hard rock extension. And on the sand and gravel site in Oxfordshire, it delivered about 400% biodiversity gain. And even the rock extension delivers about 100% biodiversity gain. And they weren't designed for biodiversity gain. So not all sites are going to be like that. Some are going to struggle for 10%, to be honest. But it just shows, I think, the potential for us to do this. And if I final point, I think relating back to the LNRS, quarrying might well be the enabling development which enables you to deliver the local nature recovery in those areas of opportunity. So it might be an enabling development. It might take time. It would take time. But I think that's the way to look at, when you're looking at the opportunity areas, what are the mechanisms to deliver it? If they're in an area of mineral resource, this may be the route to do that. Thank you.
Thanks, David. Nice that it's not just a bunch of lakes like we used to get. Good to see the variety there. Thank you. Let's see who's up next. This is a bit random now. Not Craig, sadly. So it's Rob.
I don't have very good slides, I'm afraid. Surrey Wildlife Trust has many different departments, and one of them is the Ecology Planning Advice Department, and we're very proud to provide advice to 10 out of 11 planning authorities in Surrey, and we are consulted on a huge range of different applications, ranging from someone having a new shed to having a new town. So we have a huge range of consultation sources and clients and different planning aspects. And we're increasingly understanding the importance of working closely with planning authorities and officers and looking at the biodiversity net gain requirements which have come forward recently. To put some numbers on what we do, since January 2020, we've done approximately 2,500 to 3,000 planning application consultations, not including repeat consultation on the same one. So you're probably looking at about, give or take, 4,000 planning consultations over 2 years. So it's a pretty intense workload which we work to. And in terms of what we try and do and what our mission is as part of that team, is we really look on the fact that development is something which is going to come through the system, but what we take a huge amount of pride in is trying to shape better development in Surrey, but almost most importantly ensure that the LPAs have an ecological shoulder to talk to. We understand the huge burden which they have, each officer has, and we take a lot of pride in trying to help them with each ecological consideration. BNG is just one aspect of many different aspects which link together. It's not a day that bats don't get mentioned, but BNG is just one factor in a huge range of different things. So we take enormous pride in working through that, and we, through training courses, through consultations, through pre-application engagement, we'll work on a huge different range of cases, and we encourage everyone to do pre-application on BNG as soon as possible, because it helps to shape the rest of development. But I think a bit more of a shorter introduction, if that's okay, but that's
Thank you. We see so many of the same planning applications, and it feels like a treadmill sometimes, doesn't it? But that early engagement is absolutely key. Mike, we're over to you.
Okay. So, yeah, I'm Mike Waite, Director of Research and Monitoring at Surrey Wildlife Trust. I'm also the Chair of the Surrey Nature Partnerships Biodiversity Working Group. Now, I've been with the Trust for, 14 years now. I was Living Landscapes Manager before that, when Living Landscapes was the Wildlife Trust's mission to get where we are now with the local nature recovery strategy as a statutory blueprint for nature recovery, what we were working towards all that time. And it's, you reflect back on that journey really, and it's interesting that it's taken quite this long to get to where we are now. So research and monitoring at the Trust is all about meaningful accountancy of nature recovery. So measuring, Adam alluded to the 30 by 30 mission, well, the driver for that, the national driver for that, keeping that meaningful and, developing the metrics for that measurement, because it's not all going to be in a forward direction, they'll be going backwards as well. Yeah, as a project, I suppose I thought that I've been involved with. Adam was also singing the praises of the biodiversity opportunity areas in Surrey. I was very much, well, I picked that up as one of the things I first did for the Trust when I came into post, and actually developed that policy and worked. I saw the importance of giving that some real basis in strategic planning, in Surrey's strategic planning system across the 11 boroughs and districts. And, that's why all the local plans now talk about biodiversity opportunity areas. And it's essential background to build on where we're now at with the local nature recovery strategy going forward. So I'm quite proud of that. Yeah, I suppose that's it. Yeah.
Thanks, Mike. So, we're in a brave new world. We've all been trying to deliver net gain without the legal framework behind us and succeeding. And now we're wrestling with doing it in this new format. I'm sure that those stories have prompted some questions, and I'm going to open it up to the floor. Our roving mic is standing by, ready to go.
I guess for anyone, but maybe Mike. So historically, as an industry, we always were quite specific about what habitats we wanted where. And it felt like we were moving towards a space where we were accepting the unknown, obviously the rise of rewilding, but more about just giving nature space and re-establishing natural processes and not having an end target involved. It feels like biodiversity net gain has taken us backwards because its stuff needs to be quantified and so it can be sold. And just whether you think those two concepts can coexist together, that embracing uncertainty while at the same time monitoring it and selling it as a specific value.
Not quite sure I understand where you're going with that. Yeah, no, I get that. I do get that. I suppose net gain has to be seen for exactly what it is. You know, it is primarily directed at the planning system and getting what you can out of the planning system. There's everything else that we've all been trying to do, and you listed out the various mechanisms, you know, CSR traditionally, what have you, you know, all that is still going to be going on that won't be governed by a metric output. It's still going to be completely with the landowner and what, you know, and their advisors as to what might be the best thing to do in that situation. So, and that's going to be at least as much as the contribution made by better net gain, you know. So, yeah, definitely. I mean, I think the importance of having the strategic overview as to what is the best habitat to put where will always be helpful, because the thinking's gone into it to improve habitat connectivity across the county in our case, but obviously beyond into over the boundaries too. So yeah.
Anyone else like to come in on that question? Tim?
Yeah. Well, thank you. I mean, to me, it's like many things at a landscape scale. Ultimately, it needs to have a plan behind it, and we're quite comfortable with planning for like the road network, the rail network, and all this sort of stuff. And actually, the logical places we put things and the things we put in them do need to have that strategic overview. And I think to actually align that with other opportunities, I think we think about bringing nature closer to people as well. And often we talk about habitats and biodiversity net gain. Actually, the benefits for people, as I said when I was doing my initial talk here, are massive if we can bring people closer to nature too. So rather than a reservation that's over there somewhere that's potentially disconnected, I think we should be valuing very, very highly the actual benefits that that's going to bring for people. But there's another layer to this as well, because if you look at the sort of three major things, you know, health and well-being's coming out like a freight train, we've got real problems there, but also the internal carbon market, let alone biodiversity loss. I think nuance within that, within a much bigger strategic plan, is what's going to deliver not just on this, but deliver on a whole range of other different objectives that we need to have. So I think as one tool, this is fantastic, but going back to the comment there, that is just one delivery mechanism amongst a much wider one. But I think the multiplier effect, and that's the blended financing that comes with those multiple benefits, is to try and get a strategic plan where we can really focus investment on the habitats that will deliver on maybe 5 things. So there's space for nature, granted, but actually within that, I think we could be doing a lot towards securing investment from other sources and directions that's not necessarily just tied to BNG or a thing around nature.
Yeah, from a minerals perspective, this stuff already happens, as you know. So the mineral planning system, the way it works, including by Surrey, is negotiation on working schemes, restoration schemes to deliver what is feasible in that location. The metric and BNG adds another layer of focus, I guess, but I don't think it will change practice much, and I don't think it should, because I think you've already got a really established, well-working system which delivers really good restoration schemes, which deliver not just a lot deliver recreation benefits. They might be driven by recreation with biodiversity on the side. Those that are biodiversity led, as I say, a sand and gravel site, probably the high hundreds. But say it was recreational driven, or whatever, landscape driven, you still get you probably still get more than 10%. So it's, for us, it's not that big an issue, I don't think. I think it's an issue on certain sites where they're difficult anyway. But the planning system has already, it's worked very well for minerals from everyone's perspective for a number of years. So it's just another thing. I think, you know, the statistics I put up about habitats created, they're not net, because what wasn't measured was the quality of the habitat before it was dug up historically. So that's where it is going to add a benefit. It's giving you the net rather than just the gross, which is a benefit, I think.
I think that's a brilliant question. And the more I've been thinking about it, the more it is more of a brilliant question, because the parallel between rewilding and BNG as a term I hadn't thought about enough. So the word biodiversity net gain is probably the biggest one chucked around planning portals by members of the public you'll ever find. It was always trees and birds, still kind of is. But the word BNG or biodiversity net gain is the word people use to make arguments about ecology without having the potentially foundations to back it up on. They all say, this doesn't do BNG, or this is not BNG, or how does this make BNG, question mark, exclamation mark. And it's interesting how it's such a big term, like rewilding is as well. You can have conferences about what it means, rewilding, the same way you do about BNG for so long. So it's an umbrella word. The concept is quite simple, but the idea of it is so complicated for both things. But it's a term which we can, so I don't think we're going back, because I think we've started a way of trying to promote a better idea of getting development onto development sites as an idea. It's also quite a good way of helping people understand what things are trying to do in a more modern planning way of what BNG is. It, as a simple concept, to make it as simple as possible, and to try not to make the question the answer too long. I think the parallels are quite interesting, rewilding and BNG, but I think that we aren't going back, but we could go back if we stay in the kind of realm of treading water, of this is what BNG means, how are we going to do it? At some point we actually have to understand how we're going to do it and work towards that. The more we kind of tread water, the more we won't go forward. Now we'll go back in time. So, interesting.
Thank you. Ben Brett, Surrey County Council. It's a question mainly for David, but maybe there's more kind of general applications to this too. So obviously you spoke about the benefits of quarry restoration, obviously well aware of those working in the planning team at Surrey County Council. I suppose the thing is that a lot of these benefits would have been delivered prior to biodiversity net gain. I guess the issue now is that there's an extra tool for developers, that there's the ability to potentially sell on additional credits. So I guess the question is, how do we ensure that it's really a net benefit now that these regulations have come into play, and that actually things aren't just being delivered that already would have been delivered and then being used to mitigate other schemes?
So do you mean specifically, say, a quarry restoration delivering 300% anyway? They might say, well, actually, we'll deliver you 200%, because that's 10 times your 20, and have 100 units to trade for another development. Is that kind of where you're going?
Essentially, so I suppose you have a base level of net gain that you need to do. Obviously, previously a quarry restoration scheme, it's a really great opportunity to provide fantastic environmental benefits anyway, and there's kind of spare credits potentially. I mean, it obviously depends on the developer, but potentially there's spare credits that can then be sold on.
Yeah, I mean, we've been asking ourselves that inside the industry. Because you've still got to make the development acceptable in planning terms, which is partly delivered through the restoration scheme. But with statutory BNG, you do have a different context in which you start to negotiate the restoration, perhaps. And I see some policies are emerging in plans saying, maximise biodiversity, which is a little bit vague, and I'm not sure they're going to get through as being found sound, but that's, I think, a number of planning authorities are putting those in there because of this question. Within the industry, I'm not aware of companies specifically pushing this yet, although they are thinking about it maybe for their own developments. So you know, have a bank of habitat which you can then rely on if you have to, as an offsite offset BNG for another development somewhere else. But I'm not aware of any so far that have looked to trade what they're planning to do in the future. As I say, I think given it is a different context where you're going to start negotiating the restoration, there is that potential. And it wasn't, you know, that isn't even thought about in any of the guidance, which is again why I'm working with, you know, your colleagues in POS to try and get our heads around this and say what is likely to happen. But it's, yeah, I think it's also such early days, but we're well aware of the risk and the concern of planning authorities in, but I don't think you'd then say, right, you were going to deliver 300, you now deliver 310. I think that would be ridiculous, going for the extra 10% on top of what you would have done. So I think that, let's not go there. But I know where you're coming from, and it's yeah, we're thinking about the same thing. But at the moment, there's not a great deal of appetite from the companies to do that, apart from maybe for their own land holdings.
Another question for David, but many people in the room will be familiar with some of the mineral extraction features that are benefiting nature in areas like the North Downs currently through things like chalk pits and stuff like that. Is planning pressure to maybe make sites more accessible for the public, cover up areas, plant trees, deliver habitats within 30 years, maybe threatening the pipeline of early successional brownfield sites that could be coming along during the future, and are we at risk of losing those habitats through an over-tidy approach to mineral extraction?
Yeah, good point. I mean, that's an issue already, as you'll appreciate, that sometimes there's pressure to green the site as quickly as possible rather than allow natural regen, which might be actually what the ecologists want and actually the ecologists on both sides want. So I think that's the pressure already. I think it's the way the metrics applied. So I mentioned the case studies we've prepared for DEFRA, which, as I say, they should have published by now and they haven't. But what we propose in those, and they were produced by one of our associate ecologists with Hansen, the company, or Heidelberg Materials it is now, it suggests applying the metric at several points through the life of the quarry. So not just doing before and after, because that doesn't make sense for a development which might last 30 years, or if it's a rock quarry, it might last 80 years. So you look at the lifetime of the quarry and you apply the metric at certain periods, which takes account of progressive loss, because they're not all, you know, the soil isn't all stripped at the same time, and the site's not dug, and then you get progressive restoration. And of course, within 20 years, if you've delivered some habitat, that's going to reach target condition by the time you next do the snapshot. We call them snapshots rather than phases, because that confuses with the phases of a quarry. And I think that's the way we're moving towards the way it should be applied to quarries, which is different to the phase development ideas, which are around, you know, having a phase, a plan for each phase and then an overall plan. So it's slightly different and quite an important difference, because it's going to enable proper consideration of progressive loss and progressive gain and progressive reaching of target condition, which might be a way of, you know, allowing natural regen to be taken into account over the life of a quarry. I'm working on an application, a ROMP, for a big site in Surrey at the moment, through, you know, with another hat on. And the current condition, the restoration condition is forestry. And actually we've agreed verbally with and in pre-app advice from the county that natural regen is what we should be looking at rather than forestry. So it's a good example of a pragmatic approach maybe. But yes, that was our worry, is that it's applying what currently is quite a pragmatic process, taking into account lots of views and the context and what people want and what's deliverable, to applying a spreadsheet calculation, which might remove a lot of that pragmatism if you're not careful.
I can't see any other hands. Are there any questions online? Okay. Oh, there's a hand.
I just wanted to ask, is there a way of engaging from a community point of view with this process, what's the best way for us to master plan, if you like, our own biodiversity within the villages? Is that something one of you on the panel could answer, please?
I'm very happy to put in on that. I mean, certainly, just speaking from my experience up north, we're very much holding the ring on the actual discussions that are going to happen with local communities about their vision for the places around them, and that's been a strand that Tees Valley Nature Partnership have been doing for quite some time. We've had funding from various different sources to try and reach communities through different channels around that, and I think it's a really important part of the process to engage with, you know, what with the framework for all this, which is local nature recovery strategies. And I think to have some community, having the community input on that, I think is absolutely essential. And it's actually one of those things that's actually really difficult to do, because the more you dig, the more you're going to find more people who've got more interest in it because there's more awareness of it. So you can get surprised along the way. But I think to build a sense of consensus, but also the multiple benefits that can be secured as well. And I'm really keen that we try and view a lot of what we're doing outside the sector and the audience that we have here, because we kind of need this to be a movement. And that's about community buy-in to lots of different things that might be new and strange. I mean, we're quite used to nature, we're not scared of it, it's right next door, it's cool. There's a whole constituency of people out there who really don't like any of this, and the closer it gets, the more worrying it is. And I'll just, if anybody takes the time to read a book by a guy called Christian Norberg Schultz, it's called Genius Loci, and it's about spirit of place. And basically the conclusion, after quite a thick book, is that there's two sorts of people in the world. There's Nordic people and there's classical people. Nordic people are really happy. You say, what are you doing? I'm going for a picnic in the forest. And they're really excited about it, and they don't mind trees being more or less at the front doorstep. Classical people, however, a bit more like the country house model. You know, you've got your nicely preened lawn. It's over there, nature, it's over there. We'll go for an adventure, but there's a nice safe temple at the end of it. And then you can come back. And it's that whole narrative. So there's two very different strands of thinking. And for us to square the circle, because I think that's where the disquiet sometimes comes, and also the willful lack of understanding actually has removed us from nature quite often. And it's been something that's to be managed and farmed and kind of preened and over there. And actually, if we're going to bring it back to our hearts, we're going to need to reach the communities and find the people who are going to champion that for us.
Do neighbourhood plans offer that kind of opportunity? I'm not engaged in neighbourhood plans myself, but I wonder if that's a mechanism for communities to look at opportunities in their area and promote opportunities.
I was just going to say, the neighbourhood planning process, we were a vanguard neighbourhood development plan. It then gets handed over to the local authority, who don't necessarily pick it up in quite the same way.
If I can just add one further thing on that, because actually local nature recovery strategies are one thing, but implementation on the ground and that sort of transformation from nature protection to nature recovery requires the engagement of communities, and you don't need a plan for that. You need a conversation with your neighbours about what could or should or would you like to do, and to get stuck in. And the Wildlife Trust in particular runs some wonderful initiatives that can help with that, but actually harnessing that enthusiasm amongst the people who already care and benefit from nature in your community, and bringing that to others who probably don't already experience those benefits, and leading by example. It is up to all of us, and I think I was going to take Chair's prerogative to ask the panel a question, because it's my understanding, which may or may not be an assumption because I'm not sure I heard it, but BNG won't deliver the local nature recovery strategy. It will simply take us a step towards delivering it. So I'm interested in your views in the context of Surrey. what are the other implementation areas that we should be thinking about now beyond biodiversity net gain?
Well, absolutely. I mean, there's, as you mentioned, BNG is just one investment model, isn't it, really, in terms of the much wider investment that's required. And you've got CSR, people want to do that for the right reason. Natural flood management's got a huge opportunity that might be a mechanism for doing that. Certainly one of the values that we have up north again is when we're looking at the LNRS is, you know, anywhere that's in the floodplain, really, I mean, what are you going to do with it, you know? And actually how that's naturally managed actually could be attracting funding to solve downstream problems, and certainly that's happening further north upstream. We got, you know, downstream flood risk in town. So there are financing mechanisms that sit outside BNG, land management in its boldest sense, you know, doing things differently, getting paid for doing things differently. There's other opportunities that sit within that. And I wouldn't discount as well, you know, community. I've just planted 900 trees with some friends, you know. We did that as a community project. That didn't fit inside any framework, but it could. And it could be a delivery mechanism where we actually got right stuck in, raised the money ourselves, and opened it up for anybody who wants to come along and spend some time in nature and commemorate relatives that have died or whatever else they want to do. And that has become part of the local fabric of life. So, other ways around.
I'll go. Well, this is why I asked my question, really, and the end of the first session, you know, because as living landscapes manager, as I was explaining before, you know, it was always advocacy for landscape scale, wildlife-friendly management to whatever landowners, any land use, you know, at all. And so, because of the slow progress with that, you know, I'm very interested in what makes a landowner change their land use. You know, the thing is, I suppose in Surrey, there seems to be quite a lot of land in an indecisive state. You know, it's just there. It's you know, we're the most wooded county for one thing, and yet so much of our woodland, it seems to be a collection of past schemes, past incentivisation schemes, some kind of plantations, some this and that, you know, successive land controllers have forgotten about, or their advisors have moved on, or something, you know, and it's just static, and it's not managed at all. So some kind of consolidation of advice in that respect, I think, would really, really help with the woodland situation in Surrey. That's one. There's going to be, you know, plenty of need for having non-intervention woodland management approaches, but a hell of a lot of the hectareage could benefit from something, at least, if only just to get, you know, the extraction of some of these undesirable species that have been planted over years and years and years, because nothing's happening with them at the moment. And that's, of course, down to, you know, market shift in silviculture and what have you. But yeah, that's one thing.
In listening to Mike. On your question, I think it's a great question, by the way. I think it's really important that people have input into their community in the design process, and I agree with I understand the final decision may not be the result you wanted, but it's important that you have that input into neighbourhood plans, community plans, you know, development documents, design codes. There's that opportunity to have that say. In the bigger schemes, pebbles don't make that much difference on their own, but lots of pebbles together can make things change in ways that aren't noticed immediately, if that makes sense. It can make shifts of behaviour and attitudes change, I think, in local authorities. My example is because the 20% BNG idea, when 10% is first being founded and the first few LPAs came up with 20%, the number now is so much higher going for 20 than 10, I'm really surprised how many are going for 20 now. That wouldn't have happened, I don't think, without input from lower down, wanting 20%, in my opinion. I know that Surrey Wildlife Trust have got documents out as well, which will have helped as well. But I think people putting pressure on councillors and saying, actually, we want 20%, not 10. Why have we got 10 and they've got 20? It has changed things. So I think there is a role for that, definitely. In terms of the question of apologies. But from a slightly different point of view, I think a major weakness that Surrey ecosystems have is the lack of resilience to very quick changes in habitat. That fire is a great example, flooding is another one. But Surrey ecosystems for very slow dispersal species are at a huge amount of risk at the moment. The biggest example are from the fires and the very heathy species which don't move very far very quickly. Invertebrates is a great example, and then, Louis is a much more bug lifey person than me, obviously, but those species require stepping stone habitats. And that requires a bit more individual collective responsibility than just people telling you what to do. I also noticed, just being a resident of Surrey, there is a certain amount of lack of respect for ecology in the environment in certain areas. I think sometimes it is a bit littery. I think you can have all the BNGs in the world, but aside from BNG, there is a collective responsibility to make things more robust, a bit more resilient. That takes stepping stones of gardens, it takes stepping stones of habitats to help things. If we rely on these art galleries of SSIs, then things will struggle. And you need the connective corridors, which takes individual responsibility. Not everyone will do it, but if more people do it than don't, then you'll have more resilience in an area. It's those species no one really reads about. Not everyone likes snakes, but I absolutely adore them. But those animals need connectivity. And invertebrates, bugs, butterflies need time to get around. If that gets taken away, then they're just going to be islands of ecology in Surrey, which we don't really want.
It's a fantastic point in thinking about the species angle for the local nature recovery strategy. You can see the potential there to inspire some citizen engagement and action, and that could be supported by the Wildlife Trust. But it's those sorts of links that turn the possible into the reality, isn't it?
So one more point, sorry. But Mike's boas are fantastic, but not many ecologists know about boas. And there's not enough knowledge about that. But so if you ask a member of the public, did you know you lived in a boa for X, Y, Z, they might be quite interested in that. But what does that boa mean? What's our animal species? And it's that, ecology is amazing to us, because maybe we're the known already, but something has to inspire someone to do something. And if it's a certain animal or reason why, then the boas are, it's a very technical piece of work, but the idea is quite simple. It's that resilient ecosystem, isn't it? But
thank you. BNG is part of just one of many tools, and it was mentioned earlier this morning. I would have thought the panel would have mentioned biodiversity duty as a key, so perhaps you would like to talk a bit about that now, because I personally struggle to find where all the local authorities in Surrey's biodiversity duty, which is supposed to be published in January, is actually set out.
Who wants to take that one?
Yeah, well, shall I kick off? Yeah. I think the reason for that, Simon, is because a lot of people weren't aware of that deadline at all. Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Yeah. Well, local planning authorities, as key public authorities, will have to take that biodiversity duty very, very seriously, that amendment to the biodiversity duty very seriously now. And it's ironic, really, isn't it? Because it now requires that they produce at least a biodiversity action plan of sorts, 20 years on from the first round of biodiversity action planning. But it's opportunistic as well, because, we've got the local nature recovery strategy, and these things, we've got at least the temporal situation to get them all aligned and working in the same direction. You're just simple subdivision of a county into its districts, and have these sub areas all working together. So, yeah, well, at least a couple of our districts have got biodiversity action plans already, and they always did. Epsom, Ewell and Spelthorne. But the others will have to develop one too. I mean, they only had to at least consider their biodiversity obligations by that date. But if you haven't seen anything published, then I suppose you haven't seen it.
I was just pleased to hear something about biodiversity action plans, because it used to be something that was relatively straightforward and easy to understand for anybody who wants to be a stakeholder. So remember, you know, if you're a planner, your design SPD could win an award based on the biodiversity action plan because you knew enough about it to be able to create the conditions for things to happen. So if we've got any return to having that easy aid memoir around what actually is a priority around here, something that's quite tangible, I think that's cool.
Hi, Viv Greenoff from Surrey County Council, Natural Environment Lead. Just to reply on Simon's point about biodiversity duty, the deadline for public authorities to report, local authorities to report, is January 2026. So we've got a couple more years. But what our deadline was, what we did have in January 2024 was we needed to consider what actions for biodiversity we were going to take, but there was no legal requirement to report on those actions. But if speaking with Adam, who's LNRS lead as well, we are looking at how Surrey as a county all report on that in a consistent way, because we don't want, you know, county council, biodiversity action plan, 11 districts and boroughs, and it also goes down to parish levels as well, of which I think we have over 80 in the county. So we are looking to have consistent sort of like key performance indicators and objectives for that. So work is under the way, but you're right, Simon, nothing's been documented. But I think you want to come back to me on that as well, do you?
So yeah, it was just, there was a reason in me asking the question was in a constructive way to raise awareness and promotion, because a lot of people don't know. And I would just urge that, yes, the sort of what you said, Viv, is brilliant, and we just get that out there so people know that there is something happening.
I'll just come back, and let's not forget, you know, the biodiversity duty is on all public authorities. It's not just the local PAs, parish councils. Who would have thought it? You know, they've all got a biodiversity. The MOD, you know, all the utilities, because of that sort of parallel consideration as well. They're all subject to this biodiversity duty amendment.
I think it's probably worth just saying that that duty is really a prerequisite for delivering local nature recovery strategies. We do need everyone to be thinking about, is this the best decision for biodiversity? And in terms of the action they can take collectively, we all need to work on implementing the local nature recovery strategy when it exists. And it will build on the biodiversity opportunity areas. It will modify it according to landowner aspirations and according to new background information that's come forward and according to what communities and stakeholders want to see happen on the ground or believe that they can make happen on the ground. So I think it's really important to put the biodiversity duty within the context of local nature recovery strategies. It is to help with that alignment and to help us transform what we have been doing, which has not stopped that decline, into something more impactful that does start to turn nature around for the benefit of people, nature and climate. Have we got any more questions?
Yeah, just one I'd like to hear, really. We've heard a lot about the hurdles and barriers and things in our way for BNG, but I just want to hear from yourselves. We're now, you know, it's mandatory, we're here, it's exciting time. So what does success look like this year? What, in your opinion, if you could look back on this year, you know, what does it look like this year? What does success look like?
Well, for me, because there's other things that are coinciding at the same time. So, from example, for design coding point of view, I'd love to see all those sort of passive things you might well design in straight away without relying on numbers, well and truly embedded into policy and practice. And I think that would be a massive win. And that's something that's available to any local local planning authority.
I think if Adam's timeline goes to schedule and we have a really good season of stakeholder engagement by the end of this, I think that would be marvellous.
I think as a planner, I think you'd say that developments are permitted either at the same rate as they're being permitted now or quicker. Another project I'm involved in is the evaluation framework for BNG for DEFRA and Natural England, and they're looking at these kind of metrics, and there's this assumption that this is going to make planning easier and more streamlined. I'm not sure it is. It's adding something additional for developers to do and for planning authorities to do without the resources to do it. So if it's to be successful, then it should, if you follow DEFRA and Natural England's theory, make things quicker and easier. So I think, in a year's time, let's see if that's actually what's happening, or if developments are all being held up because there's not enough people to deliver it and there's not enough land coming forward to enable it to be delivered.
Yeah, great question. Being an optimist, I think it's going to be fantastic. I think it's going to be really, really good. I think the success will be a change of language from how we're going to do this to this is how we've been doing it for 6 months. And that will be a change of tone rather than the kind of how we're going to struggling, the kind of treading water will stop, and the kind of we're in it now, this is how we're going to do it. As Mike said, progress towards local strategies. I think that would be good first year.
Looking to see if there are any other hands. I think we have exhausted the questions, and so it just remains for me to thank the panelists for sharing their views and experience, especially to Tim for jumping in at the last minute. Appreciate the opportunity to ask you some questions as well. And I'll hand over to Lisa.
Right, I'm going to sit down so I'm at the right level then for the microphone. Well, hopefully you've all enjoyed that as much as I have. I'm just going to do a few closing remarks before I do my thanks. I've written down some muses, having followed Zoe. I thought, some muses, yes. And there's a number of things that I've written down. I'm going to read them because I have got them in front of me. I'm sure you'll all be taking away slightly different things, but I suppose nature has declined in Surrey, but I'm also, Rob, an optimist. So for me, this is one of the most exciting times we've had. And believe me, I've had a fairly long career already, but this is a really exciting time because things all seem to be coming together, which I think is fantastic. All we have to do is make the best of it. I think we've got everything now, including the biodiversity duty, LNRS, BNG, natural capital is rising up the agenda. People are beginning to understand what it is. Nature's more important. It's more acknowledged that we are part of nature. That, I think, is vital. It seems to have taken a long time for people to understand that we are animals, we're part of nature. And therefore, whatever we do for nature is going to be good for us. It's got to benefit us in the long run as well. So doing things right for biodiversity enhances our world and provides better homes for all. That's probably the end of my muses at this point. But I've got a second point I really wanted to make as well, and that is, as the Nature Partnership are leading on the engagement for the LNRS, and a lot has been said about the LNRS, I see it fundamentally as the strategy which we need to have. It overarches a lot of what's already going on. I think, as I've said to many people, it's amazing how we always put our strategies after we started doing things. But anyway, we're getting there. And I think what's important is that everybody here in this room gets, in fact, everybody gets involved in whatever way they can, whether it be to do something on their own land, to get involved with the community, or directly get involved with us actually writing the LNRS and saying what you think should be where. And also letting us know what you're already doing, because it's really important that we do know what the communities are already doing, that we start to map that and understand how that will give us that connectivity which is what's going to make the LNOS work. I suppose another musing that came out of it was, I was thinking about how many of us are talking to our children and our grandchildren about what sort of jobs they should be going into, and perhaps we should suggest that they all become ecologists. And then we'll have another generation coming through, and we aren't quite so short of ecologists. But you never know, by the time they grow up, it'll be something else. I also picked up some of the other points that we made about land in an indecisive state, which I thought was quite interesting. We've got a lot around where I live, which is in exactly that state. And then the importance of stepping stones, going back to that point about connectivity. So on that note, I will now go on to say, those were some of my musings. I've written a lot more down, but I'm not going to read it all. You'd be so bored. My next thing is just really to say thank you to everybody who has been presenting, who's been running our panels, and a special thank you to the group of people who actually did all the work behind the scenes. That's those that set up the programme for you. And a special thank you to Zoe Williams, standing at the back with the long blonde hair, who's done all the organisational work for this. And finally, a thank you to everybody else for coming and for taking part in this conference, and we hope to see you again next year. And if you're really lucky, it might actually have stopped raining. Thank you very much.